Thank you for your patience. Now we will begin the forum with an opening session. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation 2025. It is my great pleasure to have you join us both on-site and online. The International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation is TCS's annual flagship event, providing platform for scholars, policymakers, and experts to exchange insights, shape policy discussions, and explore pathways for deeper trilateral cooperation. This year, under the theme of Shaping the Future Together, Navigating Global Complexity Through Trilateral Cooperation, the IFTC 2025 will serve as a pivotal platform to reassess the role of trilateral cooperation in addressing global and regional challenges and explore emerging opportunities for joint action. During the forum, simultaneous interpretation will be provided. For on-site participants who need interpretation, please use the simultaneous interpretation receiver you received with the booklet, with Japanese on Channel 1, Chinese on Channel 2, Korean on Channel 3, and English on Channel 4. For participants who are joining us online, you may select the language from the globe icon at the bottom right of the Zoom window. For all participants, we ask you to please refrain from recording or taking photos of the forum. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, please join me in welcoming Mr. LEE Hee-sup, the Secretary-General of the TCS, to the stage for opening remarks. Please give a big round of applause.
Your Excellency Fuji Sayuki, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, Your Excellency Woo Jang-hao, Ambassador of China to Japan, Your Excellency Park Cheol-hee, Ambassador of Korea to Japan, Your Excellency Kawaguchi Yoriko, former Environment and Foreign Minister of Japan, Your Excellency Woo Hai-dong, President of the China Public Diplomacy Association, Your Excellency Kim Jin-pyo, former Speaker of the Korea National Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, TCS, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation 2025. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan and China and the Republic of Korea for their strong and continued support in making this annual event possible. Last year marked the 25th anniversary of trilateral cooperation, which began under the ASEAN Plus 3 framework in 1999. Next year, we will also celebrate 15 years of the establishment of TCS. Trilateral cooperation has gone through what you might call a turbulent adolescence of a human life cycle. Despite the political fluctuation, our trilateral framework has continued to develop and now plays a vital role in global economy. Considering the complex history and the relatively short tradition of regional cooperation in Northeast Asia, the progress we have made together is remarkable. The resumption of the Trilateral Summit in May last year was a major turning point. Since then, we've seen renewed momentum. Initiatives like the Year of Cultural Exchange 2025 to 26 are underway. Ministerial meetings have resumed in key areas, including education, tourism, health, economy, and foreign affairs. At the grassroots level, youth exchanges and local government cooperation are also gaining ground. To facilitate this positive moment, the three governments are actively discussing the next trilateral summit. However, we must not be complacent. We should strengthen our cooperation now more than ever because we are at a critical crossroads with unprecedented challenges ahead. If we do not act decisively to move forward with a renewed energy, our cooperation risks slowing down or even going backwards. We live in a period of uncertainty, not seen since the end of the Cold War. The international order is fragmenting, and the geopolitical, geoeconomic conflicts are intensifying. With digital revolution accelerating, we are confronted by public crises such as wars, natural disasters, climate change, and demographic shifts such as aging population. And the intensifying US-China strategic rivalry combined with the overlap of economic, security, and technology has made the trilateral cooperation more complex. The return of protectionist policies, including tariff shocks under the second Trump administration, poses a serious risks to deeply interlinked value chains and the free trade and the multilateral system that have supported our shared prosperity. However, history shows that adversity can be a catalyst for progress. Trilateral cooperation itself was born out of the 1997 Asian financial crisis and has developed by turning challenges into opportunities. What we need now is a new sense of urgency, a recognition that exclusive zero-sum competition leads only to mutual destruction. We must remember that we share a common destiny like passengers on the same boat. Trilateral cooperation is not like an orchestra. It only works when many different players, governments, citizens, media, and think tanks come together and play in harmony. TCS will continue to play its part as a facilitator and catalyst, ensuring that all stakeholders go forward together with a shared purpose and vision. I am confident that the insights and the wisdom shared by our distinguished speakers today will offer valuable resources to help us meet today's challenges and shape a brighter future for all. I would like to appreciate again for your presence and participation in this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your remarks. Next, we would like to invite our honorable speakers for congratulatory remarks. Firstly, please welcome His Excellency Fujii Hisayuki, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, with a big round of applause.
I am Fujii Hisayuki, a Foreign State Minister. Today, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations on convening of the IFTC 2025. I would like to especially express my deepest respect to the organizer, Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, TCS, and to all those who have worked hard to make this event possible. Amidst a challenging international environment, at this critical juncture, it is important for our three countries responsible for regional and global peace and prosperity to advance dialogue and future-oriented cooperation. More than a quarter of a century has passed since cooperation within the trilateral framework began, and I am pleased to note institutionalization of trilateral cooperation has progressed, including the establishment of the TCS and working-level cooperation under 21 ministerial-level meetings. As chair of the Trilateral Summit, Japan intends to further promote these efforts. In March of this year, Foreign Minister Iwaya hosted the Japan-China-Korea Foreign Ministers meeting in Tokyo. At the meeting, the three foreign ministers agreed to promote future-oriented trilateral cooperation. Additionally, the three countries agreed to accelerate efforts towards holding the next summit at an appropriate time as soon as possible. The Japanese government looks forward to welcoming Chinese Premier Li Jiang and South Korean President Lee Jae-myung to Japan and continuing to work closely with both countries to ensure that a meaningful trilateral summit is held. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Mr. Lee Hee-sup, TCS Secretary-General, and all members of the Secretariat for their contributions. Since 2011, TCS has steadily implemented projects to promote exchange and cooperation among the three countries. I understand that some of the young staff members working at my ministry's Japan-China-Korea Cooperation Division participated in the Trilateral Youth Summit during their student days. Although the number of participants in the individual projects may not be large, the circle of exchange and cooperation is steadily expanding. We look forward to the TCS continuing to lay the foundation for a future-oriented trilateral relationship. Finally, in order to promote trilateral cooperation, it is essential to have not only cooperation between governments, but also the understanding and support of the people of the three countries. The forum is an important opportunity for the people of the three countries to learn about the current state of initiatives and exchange opinions. I sincerely hope that today's forum will serve as a catalyst for further advancing future-oriented trilateral cooperation. And on this note, I would like to conclude my congratulatory remarks. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you for your remarks. I would like to inform you that His Excellency Fuji will now take his leave due to his pre-scheduled official appointment. Let us extend our sincere appreciation with another round of applause as he departs. Now, we would like to invite our next honorable speaker to the stage. Let us express our warm welcome to His Excellency Wu Jianghao, the Ambassador of China to Japan, with a warm round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy to be able to attend the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation. I'm very happy to be here. This is a very good opportunity for three countries. So I would like to therefore congratulate for this meeting to be held. And also, I would like to express my gratitude for those who were involved in preparation for IFTC. Also, I would like to welcome participants from various industries and various sectors. The unilateralism and protectionism are happening in the international relations now. However, against such backdrops in international order, how can we respond to this? It's a very important issue for our three countries. Therefore, I'm very much looking forward to have exchange of opinions. And we would like to carve out opportunities from the challenges so that we can work together. As far as China is concerned, our position is unchanged. In order for a human community, we are sharing the destiny. So thinking of that way, we would like to collaborate for three countries. And also, we would like to bring bright future for this area. Now, I would like to share with you some opinions. Now, the first thing we would like to keep momentum of collaboration. March this year, there was the foreign ministers meeting, and there were 6 areas which were focused. And we need to promote the cooperation in these 6 areas. And we would like to create a very good virtual cycle. And towards the summit meeting for the trilateral members, we would like to make good preparation. And also, we'd like to see development of each country as an opportunity. And we need to build good sentiment among people of three countries. We would like to focus the creating a partnership so that we can offer supply chain for the region. And we need to complete our stable supply chain. And also, thirdly, we would like to do more of the culture exchange as well as a think tank or private sector interaction as well. We would like to create a wonderful story for Japan, China, and Korea based upon very sincere and friendly relationship. And fourthly, we would like to do cooperation in various many areas. For example, climate change, safety and security, and aging and less fertility issues, Asian +3 or 10+3. Those mechanisms need to be reinforced. We would like to see region as a whole to be developed. For that, we need to take the lead. And our trilateral will be 1+1+1. And 1+1+1 should be bigger than 3 if we are to do things together. And this is my sincere hope.
Your Excellency, thank you for your remarks. Now moving on, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Park Cheol-hee, the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Japan, with a big round of applause.
존경하는 내외 기빈 여러분,
Distinguished guests and everyone who has joined us for the future of Korea-Japan-China relationship, I am Park Cheol-hee of the Republic of Korea to Japan. First of all, I believe that theme of IFTC, shaping the future together, navigating global complexity through trilateral cooperation, is extremely timely and meaningful. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to TCS and Chosun Ilbo and Asahi Shimbun and People's Daily for their hard work. We are now experiencing unprecedented era of polycrisis, including climate change, economic instability, technical competition, and demographic change. No one country can solve such complex issue alone. Cooperation among countries within the region is necessary. Thus, cooperation among three of us is gaining increasingly relevancy. The 11th Trilateral Foreign Ministers meeting held in Tokyo in March of this year was an opportunity to refine the direction of practical cooperation. The three ministers reaffirmed their common position on various issues such as North Korean nuclear issues, supply chain resilience, digital transformation, and joint climate responses, and agreed to resume the summit meetings regularly. This shows that the three countries are re-establishing a strategic foundation for jointly responding to current polycrisis. Japan-Korea relations are also evolving into a positive direction. Based on trust between the leaders, strategic communication between diplomatic authority is continuing closely, and specific cooperation tasks in areas of security, economy, youth exchange, and advanced technologies are being implemented quickly. I have consistently emphasized that the Korea-Japan must build a steadfast relationship that won't go backward. This sense of orientation, I believe, has now been shared among not only governments but also by people. Korea, Japan, and China have deep historical and cultural bonds and are a huge community that accounts for more than 25% of global economy. The Young Ambassador Program, Carbon Neutrality Forum, and the Trilateral Journalist Exchange Program, and Common Vocabulary Directory or Dictionary Project, rather, that TCS has promoted so far a valuable asset. In the future, cooperation for responding to polycrisis at the regional level should also be stepped up on this foundation. when the three countries cooperate on practical issues which are close to people's life, including climate change and energy cooperation, digital transformation, this region will become or able to overcome uncertainty. So trilateral cooperation should no longer be a cooperation of inertia, but creative cooperation that design for the future together. We will always faithfully contribute as a central axis for trilateral cooperation. I hope that the various policy proposals and practical tasks discussed at today's forum will be able to lead to concrete results. Korea will work together with Japan and China without wavering for a more peaceful and sustainable future for East Asia. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your kind remarks. Before we proceed, TCS would like to take a moment to acknowledge our three media sponsors, the Asahi Shimbun, People's Daily, and Chosun-Ilbo. You may find their congratulatory messages in the official forum booklet from pages 12 through 17. TCS would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for their support to TCS and furthering and institutionalizing cooperation among the three countries. Next, we are honored to welcome a distinguished panel of keynote speakers who will offer their perspectives on the theme of this year's IFTC. First, please allow me to introduce Her Excellency Kawaguchi Yoriko, former Minister of the Environment and former Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. She currently serves as an Emerita Fellow at Musashino Institute for Global Affairs at Musashino University and Distinguished Fellow at the Tokyo Foundation. Let us extend our warm welcome with a big round of applause.
LEE Hee-sup, Secretary-General of TCS, Woo Jang-hao, Ambassador of China to Japan, Park Jo-hee, Ambassador of Republic of Korea to Japan, Woo Hai-lom, President of China Public Diplomacy Association, Kim Jong-pi, Chairman of Global Innovation Studies, as well as former Speaker of ROK National Assembly, and distinguished guests. I'd like to first of all congratulate the grand opening of ITFC, International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation. And I'd like to thank you very much for this opportunity to deliver a keynote speech. I was directly engaged in the trilateral cooperation 25 years ago. In July 2000, I was appointed as Director General of an environmental agency. At that time, the former Director General Manabe, who established the Trilateral Environmental Ministers meeting, told me that this is an extremely important meeting, so I should take good care of it. The following year, 2001, in April, as a Minister of Environment of Japan, we hosted the third Trilateral Environment Ministers meeting. From ROK, Kim Myung-ja, Minister of Environment. From China, the Director General Shen Cheng-hao, the State Environmental Protection Administration, participated. Director General then became the Chinese government envoy to climate change. So I think that many of you might know the Director General. So it was a combination of two women and one man. It was quite unique to have this combination in the East Asia at that time. Important themes then included the establishment of the website for Trilateral Environmental Cooperation, the ecosystem protection project in northwestern China, which had already started, and climate change issues, the air pollution, especially the East Asian Acid Rain Monitoring Network. Those were considered to be very important topics. I remember we also discussed the yellow sand issue. The three ministers of Japan, China, and the Republic of Korea believed that those were important themes that require trilateral collaboration to realize the major achievements. But at the same time, for the data exchange and on-site visit, due to the differences of views and domestic situation, we needed to spend time. Now, the starting point of the trilateral environmental cooperation is that the cross-border cooperation is necessary to solve environmental problems that transcend the national borders. The examples are climate change and air pollution. What I learned from this experience was that there has to be a sense of mission and mutual trust in order to realize the common interest. Fortunately, at that time, among the three ministers, we had the very strong mutual trust. Therefore, we could end this meeting with the big potential of the trilateral cooperation as well as strong hope for the future. For your reference, this TEM or TEMM, the ministerial meeting, still continues even when there is a bilateral tension. This meeting has been held without interruption, and the website has been maintained. Kim Myung-ja, the Shea Chung-for, my counterparties, they are still my friends that I respect very much. Now, since that meeting, quarter of a century passed. The political, economic, social, and technological changes move the world significantly. The issues are increasing, which require the cross-border solutions, and at the same time, we are starting to see more and more obstacles in terms of the international cooperation. We have to accept that. Amid this big chaos, what is the significance of the trilateral cooperation, which is one of the themes of this conference? As a business person and politician, I always felt it is important to respond to the expectations of the customers and people. And this applies to the trilateral cooperation. The people in three nations, we must also respond to their expectations as well as people in the world. I think that is one of the significances that we have. So what kind of expectations are there toward the trilateral cooperation? There are many, I'm sure, but today I would like to focus on three significances. The first is that three nations achieved high economic growth in a short period of time at a different timing, and we enriched our nations and surprised the world. I think that the world, and especially those people of the three nations, expect the three nations to continue to be the source of vitality in global economy. And they expect us to show the achievement of that in the world. And so responding to that expectation, that is to be engaged in the trilateral collaboration and to widen the viewpoint from the regional cooperation for the region to the regional cooperation to contribute to the world. I think that is the modern significance of the trilateral cooperation. Japan and China are okay together. We account for 1/4 of the global GDP and 1/5 of the trade volume. So we have a major presence. And we have experiences as well as capability to pay for the cost. And also, we should not forget that we are also the beneficiaries of those facts. From that perspective, maintaining and reforming the free trade order, building the circular society, and taking care of the climate change. And in addition, we need to focus on the human security and support for the vulnerable people in the society. All of those are what are expected from the three nations. The second major significance is our contribution to peace. We must have a stable mutual relationship among the three nations, which will lead to the regional peace. Without the peace, we cannot fulfill the first expectation that I mentioned. Also, there's expectations to contribute in the area of the major disaster and the infectious diseases. And there is also mounting expectations to counter cross-border crimes such as drugs and cyber attacks. The third is to respond to the expectations from the people of three nations. We have many common challenges: improving the social security system, the aging society with the fewer children, and DEI, how to help the vulnerable people in the society, and how can we prevent the social divide and instability. Through the respective initiatives, we believe that we can learn from each other. The trilateral cooperation under the current summit mechanism, we have already achieved the presence as a comprehensive regional cooperation having more than 100 cooperative projects. So those three areas of the initiatives already exist, but I would like to ask all of you to enhance them. We, the Japanese, love bonsai. In China and also in Republic of Korea, there are similar cultures, I think. So this bonsai culture, bonsai in Japan, punsai in China, and punje in Republic of Korea, we foster and grow the miniature tree in the pot, and that requires endless care. And I think that the trilateral cooperation among the three nations is still growing. We have to prune the overgrown branches of the conflict of interest and cut the dead branches of all practices so that we can foster the new shoots of new challenges. Otherwise, we will lose the shape of the bonsai or miniature tree. Bend too hard and the branch will break. Leave it unattended and it will fall apart. So this requires regular dialogue and review of the institution. The bonsai, the miniature tree, will be stronger and become more distinguished with time. And with care, the trilateral collaboration will also grow strongly beyond generations. Please close your eyes and try to imagine a tree with dignity in the pot. I believe we have a capability to grow and foster such miniature tree together. With that, I'd like to end my speech. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your speech. Next, we have the honor to invite His Excellency Wu Hailong, the President of the China Public Diplomacy Association. Prior to his current position, he served as President of the Chinese People's Institute of Foreign Affairs and Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to the United Nations. Please extend your warmest applause to welcome His Excellency to the stage.
Thank you very much indeed. Former Foreign Minister Kawaguchi, members of the TCS, and distinguished guests. I have recently participated in the China-Japan ROK Visionary Group Dialogue. The dialogue put forward many opinions and suggestions of great reference value on the challenges and opportunities currently facing China, Japan, and South Korea, as well as the cooperation amongst the three countries. in the political, economic, and social cultural fields. I participated a number of times, but I think the mood was at its best, and we were able to share the biggest common understanding of the various issues. And this dialogue that I just participated in has built confidence in our trilateral cooperation. And I would like to talk about several aspects we talked about and my views on China-Japan ROK cooperation. First, the three countries should reconstruct a new cooperative relationship in response to new changes. What are these new changes? It means that the international political landscape, the international economic and trade landscape have undergone profound changes. The power of the global south is rising rapidly. The rift between the U.S. and its allies is deepening, and contradictions, differences with other countries are intensifying. Unilateralism and protectionism are rampant. The multilateral trade system has been severely impacted. Economic and trade frictions have intensified, and discriminatory trade barriers have increased. The law of the jungle, of the survival of the fittest, has prevailed. The process of globalization has been severely impacted, and the politicization of and also securitization of economic and trade issues have seriously restricted global economic and trade cooperation, resulting in an increasing number of restrictive trade and investment policies. The International Division of Labor is forced to adjust, and the risk of fragmentation of the global supply chain is rising. Many countries are facing these challenges, and trilateral cooperation in the face of these changes is more urgent and necessary than ever before. The three countries can no longer repeat yesterday's cooperation narrative, but should take advantage of the situation and find new pathways and breakthroughs for cooperation. The three countries should jointly oppose unilateralism and protectionism, as well as adhere to multilateralism and actively promote reshaping of international trade rules and order. The three countries should resolve trade and tariff issues and realize a free and open trade. The three countries' investment agreement should be enhanced at a high level, and the three countries should also cooperate in the area of currency. Well, there's this saying, the rapid development of China minimizes the mutual dependency and intensifies competition. But I do believe that there are many areas that are open up to cooperation. China, Japan, and South Korea can cooperate in high-tech industries such as digital economy and build a China, Japan, South Korea plus alpha cooperation model. The second is the three countries should strengthen linkage with countries in the region. The cooperation amongst the three countries should be based on the three, but should go beyond the three countries. China, Japan, and South Korea are three countries with important influence in Asia, and they share a common destiny and interest with Asia. If Asia is good, the three countries will benefit. If the three countries are good, Asia will benefit. To safeguard the common interests of Asia is to safeguard their own interests. China, Japan are okay and should strengthen their connections with Asia. The three countries can re-strengthen cooperation with ASEAN and effectively utilize its cooperation under the RCEP framework. The three countries should focus on managing cooperation in the region and coordinate and optimize the resources, products, and manufacturing capabilities in the region. It is necessary to form a reasonable industrial layout, division of labor in the region, and build a relatively stable production and supply chain. The three countries should become leaders, pioneers, and builders of regional economic integration in Asia. This can not only reduce dependence on the U.S., but also cope with the pressure of U.S. If the countries can share opportunities for development, we can cope with risks and challenges coming from outside. Third, the three countries' cooperation is the basis of our relations. And bilateral relations, if they're strong, will strengthen trilateral relations. China-Japan, China-ROK, and Japan-ROK relations cannot develop stably, continuously, and healthily in a healthy way unless the trilateral cooperation is strong. And so, if the skin is gone, where will the hair be attached? Is a proverb. It is crucial to straighten out and consolidate the bilateral relations. Fourth, trilateral cooperation. As close neighbors, the three countries are bound to have bumps, and historical issues and current conflicts of interest need to be properly dealt with. And at present, the improvement and strengthening of bilateral relations amongst the three face new historical opportunities. The leaders of the three countries should seize the historical opportunity. The key is to learn from historical lessons because there is a will to improve. This is a historical opportunity. We should capture this opportunity and make the best use of our lessons learned and focus on our region, control risks, so that the trilateral cooperation can be further enhanced and new trilateral relationship be built. We want to lay a good foundation for trilateral cooperation. For this, promote bilateral relations. In other words, bilateral relation promotion will contribute to trilateral cooperation promotion. And next, the three countries should address the impact of geopolitics. In the current international situation of turmoil, international relations and international structure are undergoing profound changes. The three countries must rationally, prudently handle the impact of geopolitics and China-Japan relations and China-ROK relations should focus on these two countries. Though we cannot avoid the impact of U.S., and we do not have to be influenced by the U.S.-China relations. And China and the U.S. Are influencing the world in the 21st century, and there are a number of frictions between China and U.S., but there are ways to break through. And so it is important to think of one's own national interests in thinking about bilateral relations. And another issue is the perception of the people of the three countries. Whether the people can have a good perception of each other and have a stable relationship. I think this will depend on the friendly relationship of the people. I don't think that the people of the three countries regard each other that highly, and this is impacting our relations. And there are various reasons for this: historical reasons, differences in cultural identity, the impact of bilateral relations, and it caused an economic and technological development, as well as the media reports and the government's statements. So, what the issues that arise amongst the people should be dealt with by the people. And people-to-people exchange need to be increased amongst the three countries. Recently, trilateral exchange of people are increasing, but just increasing the people-to-people exchange will not resolve the issue of misperception. Instead, there needs to be events organized by the government to promote dialogue and exchanges amongst the young people, and focus on enhancing understanding and accumulating mutual trust. I think this will bring people closer to each other. This will be a long-term effort, and TCS has a role to play here. It should work with the governments, media, think tanks, and all sectors of the three countries, and they also should play an active role. Only when the people think of each other favorably will the emotional distance be shortened. And if we can do this, we think that the trilateral relationship will be improved. In the face of major international change, China, Japan, ROK should judge the situation and rebuild trilateral relations and think of ways to adjust and transform. If so, I think we will see a dynamic improvement and enter into a new stage of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech, Your Excellency. Lastly, please welcome His Excellency Kim Jin-pyo, the Chairman of Korea Global Innovation Studies. Having elected to the National Assembly for 5 consecutive terms from 2004 to 2024, he served as the Speaker of the 21st National Assembly of Republic of Korea, where he played the pivotal role in promoting cooperation and legislative reform. Please welcome His Excellency with a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, welcome, and I'm very happy to see you all. I am Kim Jin-pyo, the former Speaker of 21st National Assembly of Korea. I am deeply honored to deliver the keynote speech at IFTC. I would like to express my gratitude to the Secretary-General of TCS. Korea, China, and Japan are not merely neighbors. From ancient times to present, we have shaped one another through the exchange of history, culture, economy, and religion. And we formed each other, and our relationship cannot be explained in isolation. It takes only 2 hours to fly from Seoul to Beijing to Tokyo. Within this short distance lies layers of history spanning thousands of years, marked by exchange, conflict, and coexistence. The world is currently undergoing a period of tremendous upheaval. The strategic competition between the U.S. and China have gone beyond a simple trade war, and the war in Ukraine has created the deepest geopolitical rift. Last year, North Korea and Russia signed a treaty on comprehensive strategic partnership, leading to the deployment of North Korean troops to Ukraine. North Korea's nuclear weapon program cannot be anything but a major threat to peace and development in Northeast Asia. underlying this issue is a matter of trust. From the perspective of South Korea and Japan, which are hoping that North Korea will abandon its nuclear weapon to rejoin the international community, I think China can play even a bigger role. Amid this restructuring of international order, the three countries account for 20% each of the global population, global GDP, and global trade volume, playing a central role in the global economy. South Korea has grown into a software powerhouse with digital innovation, semiconductor industry, and K-culture, while Japan continues to maintain its unique position in advanced manufacturing and cutting-edge technology sectors. China has established itself as a hub in the global supply chain with its massive domestic market. In particular, trade, investment, and people-to-people exchange among the three countries have exploded over the past 3 decades. However, despite deepening economic interdependence, political trust has been eroding. We still avoid dialogue over territorial disputes, national sentiment swings over historical issues, and diplomatic directions fluctuate with each change of government. As a result, negative perceptions among young generation are growing, which is particularly concerning. If we continue to stand idle, we will stand to lose is not merely trade, tourism, but domestic political support. The very foundation of opportunities for the next generation to thrive through stability, peace, and shared prosperity in Northeast Asia will be lost. Traditional international political theory teaches that as economic interdependence between countries increase, conflicts decrease. Germany and France are success. For example, they fought wars repeatedly for hundreds of years, but after the World War II, they promoted economic integration, starting with ECSC and eventually EU, a huge community of peace. However, this conventional wisdom did not work in Asia, especially Korea, China, and Japan. While their economies are deeply intertwined, historical memories and national identity have acted as barriers between us. The pain of imperial invasion and colonial rule, and the wounds of war and division, differences in interpretation of history, and the exploitation of domestic politics have all intertwined complexly, preventing political trust from deepening. Moreover, the intensifying competition between China and U.S., restructuring of supply chains after COVID-19 pandemic, and acceleration of bloc formation since the war in Ukraine are presenting new challenges. We are now faced with harsh reality. Given the current situation, it may seem impossible even to dream of community like EU. However, they were like what we are today. There is a Chinese proverb that says, "Seek common grounds while preserving differences." This means we should first find common ground to cooperate on and set aside differences. We can't achieve everything we desire overnight. We must not give up, but tackle this issue step by step. The political leaders must not be consumed by short-term domestic political interests. No matter how long and complex the issue may be, if we approach them with sincerity and exercise new political imagination, we can certainly improve the situation. However, rather than merely discussing and talking about restoring trust, as we have done so far, we must take concrete actions, no matter how small. First, let's create a system that keeps the lines of communication open. Since its inception in 1999, Trilateral Summit has served as a symbol and starting point for cooperation in Northeast Asia. However, over the past 8 years, the summit has been suspended or remained difficult to hold. That was not merely the suspension of summit, but a period when the momentum for trilateral cooperation was faded. We must leave differences behind. From now on, the Trilateral Summit will always be held regardless of the circumstances. This principle must be jointly declared and institutionalized to ensure automatic annual convening from the Secretariat. This is because dialogue should not be considered as mere ceremonial event, but this is the only safeguard against the escalation of conflict. We should understand not having meeting would lead to greater loss. Now, Trilateral Summit must become a peaceful tradition that must be upheld, rather than meeting that may be held. Along with this, Trilateral Parliament Speakers meeting must also be institutionalized. Dialogue and exchange between parliamentary speakers should serve a flexible channel to maintain relationship and restore atmosphere when the summit diplomacy is stalled. The parliaments have already attempted exchanges at various levels, and through the regularization of the Trilateral Parliamentary Speakers meeting, it should be developed into parliamentary diplomacy platform, because I was one of the speakers of the parliament for some time. We need to therefore make a parliamentary diplomacy platform as a bridge of political gaps. Meeting is the key to change. The memories of dining together and staying up all night discussing issues will serve as a driving force to narrow the differences. Secondly, we must enhance youth exchange. While programs like Campus Asia exist, but that is not sufficient, youth exchange should not be limited just sending and receiving few students, but rather we need to institutionalize this support and substantiate participation. Europe has facilitated the exchange of millions of youth people through the Erasmus program, and Singapore has invited 130,000 Southeast Asian civil servants to NUS over the past 3 decades to provide education and training infrastructure for ASEAN. Beyond Campus Asia, we must actively promote exchange among youth generation through initiatives such as Trilateral Youth Leadership Program, Trilateral Youth Public Servant Academy, and Startup Exchange, and so on and so forth, so that we can have a practical young diplomat exchange program. Young people are not just merely the owner of the future, but they can also be a true subject of Northeast Asian cooperation at very moment. Thirdly, we must strengthen cooperation between local governments and civil society in practical terms. Currently, there are almost no local governments in South Korea and that haven't formed sister city relationship with Japan or China. But we should not just make such a relationship limited to visiting events for local parliamentarians. We must build on existing relationship and fill them with substantive contents. To this end, I will propose a regular holding of the Trilateral Local Government Citizens Expo. The host country of the summit would co-host the expo, with local governments from each country participating with their specialized industries, cultural content, and youth entrepreneurship projects from their exchange regions. This would create a platform for youth, citizens, cultural figures, and small and medium-sized enterprise to engage in substantive exchange and cooperation. Her Excellency Kawaguchi Yoriko said that tea ceremony as well as the pottery and those traditional exchanges may be one of the experience that can be offered in this expo. In this process, local governments no longer merely invite but actively participate as key stakeholders in joint planning. Youth and civil society will become core stakeholders in the event operations and content design rather than mere participants. While summit meetings discuss diplomacy, this expo will serve as a space to practice people-to-people diplomacy, trust in daily life, and living together. Politics may sometimes come to a halt, but exchanges never stop. When local governments take action, diplomacy can be revitalized from its roots. Fourthly, we must expand sports exchanges and cruise tourism between the three countries. It would be good to discuss at this summit the expansion of the current local leagues in each country into three-country league, starting with a soccer, a football, the sport that is popular among the people of all three countries. Maybe we can expand it to sports such as baseball, tennis, or table tennis, and handball, and so on and so forth. Additionally, it would be desirable to gradually expand cruise tourism route currently operating between some regions within the three countries to include not only the three countries but also North Korea, Vladivostok, and Sakhalin Islands, thereby promoting expansion of tourism exchanges not only among three countries but also with Russia. Fifthly, let us establish a system to verify and clarify fake news to prevent it from exacerbating tensions among the three countries. Each country's government should avoid linking the three-country issue to domestic politics and instead approach it with long-term perspective and a cool head. And we need to look to the future of historical and territorial issues that the three countries have faced have a highly explosive nature, capable of triggering nationalism even from minor stimuli, particularly in the rapidly exchanging media environment where information is now obtained more swiftly and easily through platforms such as YouTube than traditional media. Malicious comments distorting facts have spread rapidly through algorithm mechanism, reinforcing confirmation bias and deepening emotional divides among the people of the three countries, especially among the youth. In such cases, TCS should establish a system to verify and clarify facts by forming a consultative body composed of experts from each country. Now, 5 tasks as proposed today: the institutionalization of summit meetings, the structuring of youth exchange, realization of local government cooperation, expansion of popular sports leagues such as soccer and baseball among three countries, expansion of cruise tourism, and establishment of fake news verification system by TCS, all points in the same direction. Cooperation among three of us should be people-centered, future-centered, and action-centered. Our activity is not achieved through declarations alone. It begins with the experience of working together, time spent learning together, and achieving great together. Summit meetings should be regularized. Young people should share their dreams in their own languages. Today, we are not merely gathered to reflect upon the past, we are seated together to understand each other's wound, build trust, and design the peace for the future. we are not able to move away because we are neighbors and we are not only geographically intertwined but also connected through emotions, culture, and human emotions. However, in the past, we have too often remained silent, too often posed, and too often avoided each other. But now we must create not just empty cooperation, but a structure that moves together, unceasing dialogue and the experience of actually joining hand. We need to make people meet regularly and government meet regularly so that Northeast Asia that works together can be achieved. And we need to step up everything we do. We need to aim higher. We need to look even further to give this trilateral cooperation relations for the next generation. We need to dream bigger and look for the future and to take each other's hands to open a new future for East Asia. And TCS would also be the heart of our journey. We appreciate their steadfast dedication in leading various cooperation projects and exchange between the three countries. Mr. Hee-sup has made a great contribution, so I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. But people-centered, future-centered, and action-centered should be the focus for us. We need to expand our cooperation even bigger, not just among governments, but carrying out activities that are agreed by the government led by TCS. And TCS, therefore, should be the core of continuity. And we need to ask TCS to play such a role. Policy, planning, and evaluation, those activities, therefore, need to be more systematized, like ASEAN Secretariat is doing with its independence and executive power. So such function enhancements of TCS cannot be achieved through the Secretariat's efforts alone. They require political will and substantial and actual support of the three governments, as well as cooperation not only between governments, but also among local governments. Not just for Northeast Asian issues, but also the local governments need to be a partner for TCS as well, thereby making TCS as an engine for the cooperation in Northeast Asia. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Your Excellency, thank you for your very insightful speech. Thank you all Excellencies for your time. With much appreciation in heart, I'd like to announce the conclusion of this opening session. Dear participants, welcome back. Let us begin the first session titled Revitalizing Regional Connectivity, Institutionalizing Trilateral Cooperation for a Stable and Peaceful Northeast Asia. This session focuses on strategic and institutional foundation of trilateral cooperation, examining how China, Japan, and Republic of Korea can strengthen cooperative mechanisms to rebuild trust, ensure stability, and create a structured framework for long-term regional collaboration. During the discussion, we will explore the role of multi-sector engagement in fostering deeper ties, including intergovernmental mechanism, think tanks, and media. For participants, if you have any questions, please raise your hand during the Q&A session. Kindly note that online guests may also submit the questions to the speakers through the Zoom chat function. Without further ado, it is my great honor to introduce our moderator of the first session, Mr. Lee Ha-won, National Security Editor of Joseon-ilbo. Since he joined Joseonilbo, Mr. Lee served as correspondent for Washington and Tokyo, where he wrote numerous articles focusing on the relationship between the US, Japan, and two Koreas. He is also author of 6 books, including Samurai and Yankee's Quantum Jump, which explore the dynamics of global leadership and strategic shifts in Northeast Asia. Mr. Lee, the floor is yours.
반갑습니다. 소개받은 조선일보의 이하원 외교안보 에디터입니다. 여러분들 가지고 계신 책
Hello, everyone. I think you have a program on page 46. Please refer to page 46. This shows that the TCS, the history of their initiatives and also about the international forum. In 2011, it started in Seoul, and with the former leaders of the 3 countries. When they joined, I participated as a reporter. In 2012, there was a presidential election. Park Geun-hye participated in this and talked about the Asian paradox. This is one of the major topics, and the trilateral cooperation is, of course, necessary, but due to the political and the historical disputes and the Asian paradox was mentioned. And 2 months later, she became the presidential candidate. So this is the history that was created by TCS, or International Forum. So this is a meaningful conference, and I am very happy to be able to work as a moderator of this session. So in ROK, Lee Jae-myung became the president in the United States. The Trump administration restarted. So I think we can name this. It's aggressive external policies are taken. I'm sure that there are different discussions on that. The Middle East war is going on, and also the war in Ukraine. Amid those circumstances, how can we cooperate with each other to bring peace? This is a very important topic. So at a timely time, I think that this conference is being held. So all of you here today, I would like to welcome you all. So we have about 90 minutes to talk about the tripartite cooperation. And I worked as a reporter in the past 33 years, so I have been involved in the foreign policy. And I think that 3 panelists represent 3 countries. From Singapore, we have also representatives, so I'm sure that there will be a very significant discussion. I didn't decide on the order, but I would like to follow the program and start with Professor Soeya. And we are a little bit behind the schedule, so I'd like to ask the speech to be about 10 minutes. And after listening to the speeches, we would like to have a discussion. And then after that, about the topics that will be covered, we would like to have a discussion and exchange of views and also entertain questions. So with that, I'd like to introduce Professor Soeya to start the presentation.
Well, please don't worry about the photograph here. And thank you very much for the introduction. Well, I'm very honored to be able to attend this signature event of TCS, and time is limited. And so I'd like to go straight to the topic. Well, this is a time when the Trump administration policies and diplomatic policies for all international fora and organizations is decisively important. And so this is the first point I want to make here. And to the interpreters, I'll be following the material that I've provided. U.S. President Donald Trump made the existing system his enemy under the banner of America First and won the support of about half of the U.S. population. This fact shows that regardless of whether Trump wins the election or not, the social and political divisions in the U.S. have become extremely serious. In a sense, it can be said that the U.S. has always been America first. However, the America first policy of the Trump era is not only inward-looking, attracted by the strong personality of Trump, but also divided within U.S. society, unprecedented in history. The inward-looking America First policy will further regionalize and the international order. And so I believe that the trilateral cooperation will be very key going forward. Now, on security, the U.S.-China relations will be decisively important, and the bilateral relations stability needs to be accepted so that there can be a foundation for coexistence. And concerns towards security need to be addressed, but in the mid to long run, there needs to be attempts to coexist with China. And for East Asian countries, this is a common ground. Now is the time when the three countries need to reconfirm this. And now, well, the reason why I'm reading this out is because 8 years ago I wrote this sentence, and well, it says déjà vu. And whenever I use slides, I talk about déjà vu, but speaking without the slides. Now, 8 years ago in 2017, in July, at this TCS IFTC conference in Seoul, I was invited, and it was just at the time when it was the birth of Trump 1.0, and I made this report. And things remain unchanged, surprisingly. And that is the reason why I'm using the same material. But under the new administration, I think there are certain points that need to be added here. Well, recently, my understanding is that President Trump is in a parallel world. In other words, the world that he lives in is different from ours. And so I think that he's living in a so-called parallel world, which where two worlds exist at the same time. The U.S. Is facing a number of challenges, and the reason is because of the existing international order. So that is how the U.S. sees the problem. And if we keep this U.S. or the international order as is, things will not be resolved. And therefore, there are policies which are challenging in international order. So we think that it is colliding with the existing system because this is based on this parallel world concept. And well, I think it's close to a revolution, that's what he's trying to do. That is the age in which we are living right now. This is my personal perception. And as you know, in the agenda, there are three. One is to reduce the trade deficit, and second is to eliminate the fiscal deficit, and third is to revive the domestic industry. And these are the three pillars of the domestic agenda of Trump. Now, he keeps on saying tariff, tariff, tariff. This is because amongst the three, trade deficit and the revival of the domestic industry rely very much on this tariff policy, and that is the reason why he repeats this. Well, Japan is negotiating with the U.S. and struggling with a 25% tariff on autos because it is relevant to these two pillars. I think it's that much difficult. And about fiscal spending and reducing fiscal spending, Japan and South Korea also are facing the same issues. And this is also being said to Europe. But trying to reduce to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, because they want to reduce the spending of the United States. Unless the U.S. spending goes down, even if they were to increase our trade for Trump's agenda, this will not achieve his goal. And because of this, there's this game going on, and this is the age of Trump, I think. So if I keep on talking about this, I will spend all my time. But this is the age in which we are living, and that is the reason why this trilateral relation, we are in this world, not the parallel world. And Russia, I think, is on our side, this world, and Trump is in a different world. And the issue of the Middle East and Ukraine. The reason why he's interested is because unless he is able to manage the conflict in these regions, U.S. cannot reduce its spending. And to reduce the U.S. spending, he's working to realize peace. And for Iran, well, due to Israel, he has this chance. And that is the reason why U.S. acted in that way. And they are not using war to change the order, but instead they want to realize and end the war so as to reduce spending. So it might appear to be contradictory, but I think that President Trump, because of his thinking and because he has this parallel world logic for him, it is consistent strategically. Now, in such a world, what should we think about this trilateral relationship? Well, we should cooperate. There's no other option than to cooperate given the international situation. And so I think we can safely say that. And so from that perspective, last year, the 9th Japan, China, Korea Summit, a joint declaration was issued. And there are 3 pillars that were confirmed in the declaration. The first is that summit and ministerial level meetings will be held regularly and institutionalized. And TCS, the Secretariat capacity, will be built and promoted. Well, institutionalization. I think we have seen a lot of advancement here, as Minister Kawaguchi has mentioned. I think in parallel, there have been more than 100 cooperation projects taking place on a daily basis amongst the 3 countries. And from TCS perspective, I have been saying I visited the Secretariat several times myself, but at the time of its inception, I took my students. And together with Matsukawa-san, the upper house member, I was asked to take my students, so I recall that with fond memories. And the staffs at TCS, I think you can see them working behind the scene even today, but they are outstanding. And some of them can speak Japanese, Korean, Chinese, and English, very proficient. And once there's a vacancy, I think of the Japanese audience. I want to make a request to the audience here, but there are dozens of calls to the Koreans. And also there are the calls for Chinese, but only a few from Japan. So I think that at TCS, at the Secretariat, there is the underrepresentation of Japanese. And this is, well, I think the interest in trilateral relations, well, compared to China and South Korea, Japan's interest is not that high. And we have to face up to this. And I think as a Japanese, I would like to all of you to think about this and send more people to TCS. And the second point of this joint declaration is that the people of the 3 countries need to benefit from the outcome of this trilateral cooperation. And this is something that some of the speakers have already touched on. But the cooperation projects are underway, but the people of the 3 countries are not necessarily aware of this, and people are not facing up to this. Instead, people are focused on the problems that exist. There are the people from the media, and once a problem occurs, there are conflicts, the media focus on this. But there are not that many media coverage of the steady developments taking place for this cooperation. I think the three sponsors of this event are exceptional, but I think the second point is that the people should be able to feel the tangible benefits of the cooperation, and this is dependent on public outreach. We should work more on public outreach. And the third point is what this joint declaration is saying is that the three countries should work and prosper together with countries of other regions. So we hope that this will cooperation will expand to other countries, and this is called Trilateral plus X cooperation. In 2019, and the last time, just before COVID, the 8th summit was held, and at that time, the term Trilateral plus X cooperation came up, and this time, once again, it was taken up and emphasized in the joint declaration. I think this is very important. For example, the second point I mentioned that is necessary for the people of the three countries to enjoy the tangible benefits of the cooperation, and it's linked to this. And the last point is, I think as a hub of the East Asian regional cooperation, the Japan, ROK, China cooperation needs to expand. And in the joint declaration too, ASEAN plus 3 or the ASEAN Regional Forum, it's centered around ASEAN, the framework, but the three countries so positioning vis-a-vis ASEAN have been spelled out in the joint declaration. And this point itself, as it says, is important. But the question is how to put this into a process and institutionalize. So I think that ASEAN plus fleet, if we were to think about ASEAN plus 3 at a separate framework, the three countries should have a policy-making process in line with ASEAN plus 3. That is a possibility. So these are the comments from me. And with this, I would like to end. Thank you.
네, 소혜아 교수님께서 정확히 12분 11초 동안 말씀을 하셨습니다. 한 5분 정도는 오늘.
Thank you very much. You have spent just 10 minutes. Thank you very much. I would say that there are so many things that three countries are influenced, and TCS history and common project for these three countries and their values. I think you have taken up various issues that we can discuss. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Chen Do-shel, the president of Shanghai Institute of International Studies. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Since I prepare my notes in English, I try to express my views in English rather than my mother tongue. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to TCS for your kind invitation for me to attend this conference. The theme of this session is revitalize the regional connectivity and institutionalizing the trilateral cooperation for a stable and peaceful Northeast Asia. I will begin with my observation on the question of where are we now, and then try to share some of my personal thoughts and a suggestion on how we can revitalize and institutionalize the regional or trilateral connectivity and cooperation, particularly focus on enhancing the resilience of trilateral cooperation. Just now, Soya-san has mentioned that the Trump administration and East Asia seems at a parallel world, two parallel worlds. I think that this actually two parallel worlds are also to somewhat conflicting. So in my view, in reflecting what is the driving force to revive the momentum of the trilateral cooperation, I think that if we check the trajectory of the trilateral cooperation among China, Japan, and South Korea, this trilateral cooperation has been largely shaped by the interplay of endogenous and exogenous forces, sometimes reinforcing each other, but at other times undermining each other's. Since last year, we have seen a restart or reset of the trilateral cooperation process, with all three countries demonstrating a greater maturity, pragmatism, and a renewed sense of urgency or responsibility. They have sought to resolve differences through consultation, dialogue, and address challenges through the win-win framework. My observation is that the primary driving force behind this renewed momentum stems from a heightened sense or renewed sense of urgency among the three governments and their leaders regarding the need to revitalize the regional connectivities. This urgency is particularly revived or triggered in the wake of US President Trump's second term, during which his administration unilateral American first policy, including punitive tariffs targeting global trade partners, inflicted significant damage on the multilateral trade systems based upon the principle of most favored nation treatment and the multilateral negotiation. Many countries and regions were compelled to seriously consider alternative regional or cross-regional arrangement, commonly referred to as the American Plus strategy, that involved simultaneously try to negotiate bilateral trade deals with Trump administration, while at the same time actively advance a multilateral, plurilateral, or even regional economic cooperation framework without United States. So East Asia, particularly among China, Japan, and China, these three countries have engaged in a respectively challenging but very uncertain negotiations with Trump administration. So at the same time, regional actors have had to invest more in the America Plus strategy to prepare for all contingencies and to accelerate the multilateral and the regional cooperation without US participation. Since 2024, we have seen a series of a new momentum into this trilateral collaboration, starting from the three prime ministers meeting in Tokyo last May, and then resumption of a trilateral foreign ministers mechanism, as well as the trilateral economic ministers dialogue in March this year, have, I think that, injected new momentum for this trilateral cooperation. And these efforts have sent a strong signal of commitment to advancing high-level openness, cooperation, and a deeper economic integration. This represented, all this process, restart of this process, represent a classic case of exogenous force, such as pressure from the United States, stimulating endogenous forces, which means the existing bilateral and trilateral cooperation to drive the progress. Of course, we all understand, as some of my colleagues have already mentioned before and just now, that there are still numerous factors that could impede this process. Reflecting on the evolution of trilateral cooperation among China, Japan, and South Korea, reveals that despite shared interests, the political trust between and among three countries are still quite low, unstable, and very frequently those mechanisms, trilateral cooperation, are frequently disrupted by the domestic political agendas. Moreover, the increasing securitization of economic issues, coupled with the intensified competition in the high-tech manufacturing sectors, has introduced further challenges. And the U.S. strategic containment of China has also placed the pressure on Japan and South Korea here, to align with the U.S. policy, complicating regional collaboration. So if the three governments can elevate their perspective to a strategic level, transcend the short-term fluctuation, and focus on a long-term shared interests, it will provide a new and a more lasting momentum for trilateral cooperation. So now I would like to share some of my personal thoughts on how to maintain and strengthen the resilience of trilateral dialogue and cooperation mechanisms of these sessions. In the outline I prepare for the conference, I proposed several suggestions at both governmental and non-governmental levels. For instance, at the governmental level, I recommend establishing a kind of a crisis response mechanisms to enable a more swift action to mitigate the misperception or misunderstanding of each other's and to avoid further conflicts. At the non-governmental level, I emphasize the importance of fostering the deeper exchange among youth of the three countries to prevent the creation of so-called information cocoon in the age of social media and misinformation, which can lead to which are very much easily lead to the so-called echo chamber effects in cross-border communication. So here I would likely further emphasize two key points regarding the resilience of trilateral cooperation mechanisms. First, more efforts are needed to reduce the perception gap between the public and elites of three countries. Despite of the geographical proximity and cultural similarity, historical burdens and a strategic divergency often lead to a mutual misunderstanding or even hostile projection under the certain political contexts. At the social level, cyclical fluctuation in public sentiment and conflicting media narratives further exacerbate these perception mismatches. Therefore, high-level communication alone is not enough to alleviate deep-seated misunderstanding. The three countries must construct what I call a more comprehensive perception infrastructure, which includes enhancing strategic communication and policy coordination at the governmental level while promoting multi-level institutionalized dialogue through think tanks, media, academia, and youth exchange mechanisms. Developing cross-national dialogue platforms on topics such as security perception, historical narratives, developmental philosophy is key to building a long-term mechanisms for trust accumulation. Achieving a leap from a strategic communication to a strategic understanding is essential for moving beyond a fragile and easily disrupted structure of a trilateral relationship. Second, building the institutional pillars is crucial to resolving the recurring of so-called on and off problem of trilateral cooperation. While the three countries have shown some willingness to cooperate on multilateral platform, their overall collaboration remain highly dependent upon a political cycles and the will of their leaders, lacking the robust institutional support. So the weakness of the current cooperation mechanisms, such as insufficient or some of the discontinuity, lower implementation rates, and the limited functions of the Secretariat, reflected the fragility of the institutional foundation. To transition from initiatives to arrangements and from the visions to mechanisms, systematic upgrades in institutional design are imperative. On the other hand, efforts should be made to stabilize and normalize the trilateral leaders meeting by institutionalizing its scheduling and reducing its sensitivity or exposure to the domestic situation. On the other hand, the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat should also be empowered with the enhanced authority and the resources enabling it to perform the substantive functions such as the policy coordination, program design, and follow-up monitoring. Additionally, dedicated working groups or platforms should be established for emerging issues such as digital economy coordination mechanisms, Asian society policy cooperation, and a green transition cooperation framework, etc. These measures would transform the trilateral cooperation into a truly institutionalized system with a substantive content, regular rhythm, and tangible outcomes. I will stop here.
네, 감사합니다. 거의 비슷한 시간 한 12분 동안 얘기를 하셨는데요.
젠 소장님께서
Thank you very much. It was for about 12 minutes or so. So about the Trump administration discussed various challenges and issues. Thank you very much for talking about them. And also the trilateral common interest not being showed, and that leads to some of the issues. So as I mentioned, the Asian collaboration was also discussed. So later on, after the discussion, we would like to exchange views. So I think that the Trump administration is enhancing its scheme, and he's applying the pressure on us, and also the crisis response and so forth. All of those factors were mentioned. So I think that the Professor Soya and also Dr. Chen talked about the enhancement of the TCS. So this is going to be a good result of this session. So I'd like to introduce Kim Hin-hyuk, the president of Sejong Institute. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Kim Hyung-uk. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me to this session. I'd like to thank the TCS Secretariat for inviting me. So two people presented before me, and from my side, why those trilateral cooperation is important. I would like to think about that too. A year ago or 2 years ago, under the President Biden, at the Camp David, he said that it's an inflection point. So why is it inflection point? There are several reasons for that, and among them, I think there is a Trump factor. The Trump's the diplomacy, what is the policy, and from the beginning of the administration, there has been the confusion, and the policies are deployed, and it's being organized somewhat. So there are three categorizations that we can make. So Trump's policy, so his policy is Make America Great Again, and that's being supported. And those people in its administration plays an important role. So vis-a-vis the allies, they're asking to increase the defense spending and also to take the aggressive attitude toward China. So MAGA, the center of that, actually is at the center of the Trump administration. It's very powerful. So America first is what they are focused upon. The second point is from the beginning of the administration, the president has been focused on the tariffs. So strongly, they have been focused on the tariffs. So the Secretary of Treasury, for example, the equity market of U.S. and other market, they are thinking that the tariffs should not have a negative impact on the equity market and others. So there are some people like that. Last group of people are the ones who are focused on the national security. So as you can see in the entry national defense guidance, they say that China is the major country that they are against. So there are two characteristics that I can see. The U.S. becoming the hegemony to think about itself only and applying the tariffs on the allies. So that's what is going on. So the hegemonic countries would need to provide the public goods to the global community. The U.S. should have been responsible for that, but they are placing that burden on the part of the global community. And in the Indo-Pacific region, in the area of the military and also the trade, there has been a lot of competition between U.S. and China based on the zero-sum game. This could lead to a lot of confusion. The allies need to maintain this relationship, and we need to consider non-Trump versions, and we have to accept the tariffs. And so there's confusion among allies, and also the confusion between U.S. and China. So what would happen to us? My view is that at this point of time, I think that what is important is the super altruism, and how should we enhance this trilateral collaboration. Earlier, as it was mentioned, Asian paradox is not everything. Economic in the East European countries were weakened, and with the threats, they realized economic integration, but it was not effective. So that kind of method is paradoxical. The political and economic interests are not the same to each other. So economic integration, maybe it will go well, but the politicians were always fighting. So there was a commitment to have a political integration next year, and try to come up with the getting closer. But this type of votes, is it possible for us, the three nations? Currently, the summit meetings are being held, but collaboration in the area of the economy and culture are becoming more active. But there could be some conflict in the area of the military and national security that would weaken all the others. So not having the summit meeting for more than 4 years has been happening among our three nations. So the regional security and North Korean issue have been inhibiting having the summit meeting between Korea and Japan and China. I'd like to make 3 proposals. First of all, the vision group meetings were held 3 times, I hear. So the economic collaboration, cultural, and the collaboration among youth, they're all wonderful. So why do we need the trilateral cooperation? To look at this from the political, military, and the security level, we would like to maintain this relationship despite the difficulties. So having the common vision and the purpose, I think that is important. So this is something that I don't understand. We have to really struggle with it very seriously with the solid determination. Professor Soya or Professor Chen Dongxiao mentioned that the annual regular meeting being held among the 3 nations is important. So when the summit meeting is held, we can mention that in the joint statement that we will have this meeting every year or in a particular month of the year. So I think we should really clearly mention that. So, for example, SCM between U.S.-Korea or Japan-Korea, in the 2+2, we clearly mentioned that when the next meeting is going to be held. So in that sense, the timing, for example, Japan is going to be the chair country, and then the 10th meeting will be held around the fall time frame. So that is a kind of vague expression, but rather we would like to have more explicit description. And also we need to give more practical authority to TCS and I understand that the financing is not very rich at the time for TCS. So what is a reason for that? We shouldn't really make that as a reason for instabilizing this meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you for spending a short time to talk about the issues.
세계 질서
President Trump emerged, and the international order is being shaken. But given these conditions, it's important that our three countries cooperate. What kind of vision and what kind of common vision can we present? A vision that is unshakable is something that is needed here. And also the summit needs to be held periodically, and this has to be stipulated. So, having heard the three speakers, we would like to think about how we can promote trilateral cooperation. And today we have, as discussant, Mr. Kauskan Bilahali.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I must thank TCS for inviting me to address you this morning. I only hope that having listened to me, you don't conclude that it was a grave mistake. Anyway, let me get straight to the point. The strategic rationale for sustaining trilateral cooperation is compelling. In practice, however, trilateral cooperation, when it occurs, is too often fragile. Several excellent suggestions have been made by preceding speakers, both in the opening session and on this panel, on how this situation can be mitigated, even if not entirely overcome. And I agree with most of the suggestions. All have considerable merit. But I wonder whether any will have more than passing practical effect if implemented, because they mostly diplomatically circle around rather than confront the core issue. Now, diplomatic circumvention is entirely understandable given the sensitivity of relations between China, Japan, and Korea. And please note, I used the order in the alphabetical order because of the sensitivity. If I was from any of these countries, I would probably do the same. And that is possibly why someone from Singapore was asked to be the discussant on this panel. And I note that the discussant on the second panel is also from Singapore. Well, Singapore has close and stable relations with all three countries and wishes all three of you well. This perhaps gives me somewhat more latitude to confront the elephant in the room. We all know the elephant exists. Relations between China, Japan, and Korea have been historically complex for centuries, and mistrust casts long shadows over the best of intentions. Tripartite cooperation, as several preceding speakers have mentioned, grew from the experience of the ASEAN Plus 3 Forum. So, perhaps briefly recounting ASEAN's experiences in fostering regional cooperation in Southeast Asia may have some relevance for Northeast Asia. Very fundamental and indeed visceral issues of race, language, and religion made relations between the founding members of ASEAN as fraught as any relationship in Northeast Asia. Distrust among all of us was very high, and many of the fundamental sources of the distrust persist in at least an attenuated form to this day. But ASEAN is still here, not always as effective as we may like, but nevertheless still here. Two factors made a difference. First, all 5 founding members of ASEAN made a conscious political choice to look forward, not backward, in their relations with each other. And let me emphasize that each of these three simple words, conscious, political, and choice, are of great importance. These conscious political choices did not erase distrust. As I said, they arise from very primordial or visceral issues of race, language, and religion. So perhaps they can never be erased. But they created a different political framework within which distrust was managed. Second, they made these political choices because there was a strong external incentive to make such choices. Whatever our differences, and regardless of the depth of our suspicions of each other, all 5 founding members of ASEAN were non-communists and were fighting armed communist insurgencies in the context of a Cold War that was very hot in the adjacent territories of mainland Southeast Asia. This gave the non-communist countries of Southeast Asia a very strong incentive, indeed an existential incentive, to hang together to avoid being hanged separately. Nothing like either of these two conditions are present in Northeast Asia. In contrast to Southeast Asia, and despite rhetoric to the contrary, successive leaderships in China and Korea have seen it in their political interests, in other words, made conscious political choices, to look backwards, not forwards, in the relations with Japan. And at the same time, some elements of the Japanese political community, particularly on the far right, have seen it in their interests to adopt an analogous retrograde attitude in their relations with China and Korea. Moreover, unlike in Southeast Asia, there is no clear external threat to override these political choices. The key threat perceptions of China, Japan, and Korea are focused within Northeast Asia. The latter two are concerned, despite their close economic relations with China, on certain aspects of Chinese strategic behavior. And China is wary about Japanese and Korean relations with the US, which Beijing regards, not entirely without justification, as intent on frustrating China's growth and ambitions, and Tokyo and Seoul being complicit in Washington's designs. China considers the US an extraneous force in the region, but Japan and Korea are American treaty allies and thus regard the US as a vital element of regional security. Of course, today, China, Japan, and Korea share concerns about the new American administration and more generally about the economic and strategic state of the world. But it remains to be seen if these concerns will overcome their concerns about each other. Personally, I doubt it. It's a sad commentary on the nature of relations between sovereign states and perhaps on human nature itself, that it is always easier to cooperate against someone than to cooperate for something, even if that something is in the common good. Cooperation on global commons, such as the environment, are usually tenuous and fragile. But alliances are usually the most stable and closest form of cooperation between states, so long as there is a common enemy. In my own region, after the Cold War, it is a fact that strategic cooperation among ASEAN members has loosened because we do not anymore have a clear common threat perception. Now, these are structural realities that will always be very difficult to overcome or even mitigate. But it's not going to make things any easier if you avoid the issue entirely. You cannot ignore the elephant in the room. If there is an elephant in the room and you ignore it, you risk being trampled by the elephant. And I must emphasize that the core issue is the political choices you make. And those choices are in turn conditioned by how you define your interests. The key concept is interest. Too often, at least in my perception, the historical complexities of relations in Northeast Asia are framed in the context of subjective and normative concepts like sincerity or insincerity, with which these complexities are discussed. Such normative concepts are, however, themselves conditioned by the complicated interactions between the domestic politics of the three countries concerned. The choices that arise from that interaction makes tripartite cooperation tenuous, if not fragile. Tripartite cooperation is too often held hostage to and made an instrument of these interactions and the political choices that arise from them, tuned up or down as interests dictate, and not seen as something worth pursuing in its own right, no matter what the rhetoric may be. Ladies and gentlemen, I have perhaps spoken too frankly for some taste, but I thought that speaking frankly is the best contribution an outsider from Singapore, and as a very young country, we are notoriously barbaric compared to the refined ancient civilizations of Northeast Asia. It's the best contribution I could make to the worthy goal of fostering tripartite cooperation. I'm not trying to discourage your endeavors, but the experience of ASEAN, particularly in its very crucial first decades, was that it is better to confront the sensitivities than try to avoid them. So let me conclude by reminding ourselves that the intrinsic worthiness of a goal does not in itself ensure its success. Some measure of confronting harsh realities is needed as well if success is to be ensured. Thank you very much for listening to me.
네, 카오시칸 싱가포르 전 차관님께서 아세안의 협력이 아마
Thank you very much. As you said, the cooperation of Southeast Asia may be the foundation for Northeast Asian cooperation. We need to cooperate. We shall not be taken as hostage to international affairs. In international relations, alliance may be the foundation, but we are not supposed to be taken as hostage. Now we would like to move on to discussion. Of course, we don't want to delay the lunch, so maybe we have some 30 minutes or so left. Now, we would like to have discussion among panelists before taking questions from the floor. Now, Trump administration's very aggressive attitude. Mr. Chen, do you offer that we need to cooperate in responding to Trump administration's policies? So let me ask you this question. Korea and Japan, we are alliance to each other, and there's a very strong U.S.-Japanese alliance relationship. But Trump administration, if their policies go too far, the trilateral relations, or Japan, Korea, and China, vis-a-vis very aggressive policy, do you think we can take a common stance vis-a-vis U.S. administration? And if there is any possibility, what sort of things we can take common stance vis-a-vis Trump administration? Maybe we can give you 2-3 minutes each.
If I understand your question correctly, you mean that whether Trump administration's policy and its very unique or somewhat bizarre policy is a fleeting or it's a permanent. My understanding is that while President Trump himself has his important role to play as a person to shaping the policy trajectory of the United States, but those increasingly inward-looking and transactional nature as what I said, those mega trend of Trump administration will have a long-lasting impact, negative impact on the credibility as well as the confidence of many countries, including his alliance, in his administration policy. So this is my basic understanding about that. So in that regard, our two panelists from Japan and Korean, they emphasize that there's almost no, the alternative, the strategic alternative is need to reject the momentum of collaboration despite of the change of the United States. So I think that this is a very important and revived political as well as if among our think tank people, a kind of a new awareness of the importance of that.
네, 첸 원장님의 말씀을 저도 충분히 중국의 입장을 잘 알겠습니다. 그래서 그러면 어떻게 구체적으로 협력을 할 것인지.
If that's the case, what kind of concrete activities can we take? Maybe we can ask Mr. Someya first.
私はトランプ大統領
Well, I think to understand Trump administration is rather simple and it's easy, in my opinion. What is confusing is when we try to understand parallel world according to our theory, maybe we are getting confused. So-called MAGA. If a MAGA is a basis for composing everything, that probably is the theory of composing policies for Trump administration. According to MAGA, policies vis-à-vis China, basically speaking, is not confrontational. In other words, what is negative to MAGA? Probably Trump administration will take a very strong stance against. However, if response by China is not confrontational to MAGA, then Trump administration will not be confrontational. In other words, if China and the U.S. confrontation becomes very strong, then that will be cost to the Trump administration. So they can collaborate wherever they can do so. Mr. Kim Hyun-jong, who is the expert on trade policy, according to Mr. Kim Hyun-jong, he is a genuine nationalist and he has a very strong stance vis-à-vis Japan as well. Prior to the election, he went to Washington and he did some pre-negotiation prior to Mr. Trump becoming president, and he went there to Washington to do a negotiation. And in his interview with the press in Washington, he said that Japan and Korea should have an alliance such as Satsuma and Choshu, domain of the Meiji. In other words, towards the Meiji restoration process, Satsuma and Choshu, or Kagoshima Prefecture and Yamaguchi Prefecture, they were confronting to each other, formed an alliance in order to confront against the government, central government. So Bakufu, or the shogunate, was the common enemy for Satsuma and Choshu, and that is probably synonymous to Trump administration today. So depending on how we respond to Trump administration, especially vis-a-vis his trade policy, not only Japan and Korea, but also China, we can stand on the same playing field in order to understand the situation of Trump administration's foreign policy. And also we can take a common step for three of us vis-a-vis trade policy of the U.S. However, we can't understand everything that coming from the U.S. according to MAGA. And there are some policy advocates we are confronting to China, and
れば、それは米中関係を
some of the speech is written by Swing Doctor, who is really against China. So if that is what is going to happen, then collaboration will be quite difficult. So there is such a reality in the United States, so we shouldn't mix them all up. Wherever we can cooperate among three of us, we need to identify where we collaborate and to take actions. And that will be the framework that we need for trilateral relationship.
네, 소야 교수님께서 미국의 마가 정책
Thank you very much. MAGA's policy, there are some things that goes beyond. So for that, probably we should find an area to collaborate among three of us. So, Mr. Kim?
가지도 한국 같은 경우에는 한미 동맹
Now, U.S.-Korea alliance and also the shrink in for U.S. force on Korea Peninsula, we are under various pressure from the U.S. So if that can be included in your answer, that would be highly appreciated. Yes, as you said, the Trump administration was born and the Lee Jae-myung president was elected in Korea as well. Now, China and Japan or U.S., as far as Korea is concerned, those are the countries that we think is important. And I think we can summarize three issues: North Korea and China, and tariff issues or export constraint issues. So those are the issues that Korea thinks is important. Vis-a-vis North Korea issue, at the very beginning, Korea, U.S., and Japan, we follow principle of denuclearization of North Korea. And China is no longer mentioning the denuclearization of North Korea. So that's something we need to watch, because the Trump administration, vis-a-vis denuclearization, it is possible that he is going to have some dialogue with North Korea. But as a president, is he really wanting to denuclearize, or is he really willing to talk to North Korea? I think that's something we need to control. However, the North Korean activities, if North Korea wants, if the U.S. wants to do some deal with North Korea, is North Korea willing to take that opportunity? Looking at Iran being attacked, is North Korea willing to shrink its armed force? What sort of control or what sort of coordination between North Korea and the U.S. would be something we need to look at. And also the Korea and U.S. relationship is now being transformed or changed. The guidance was issued about Korea's position vis-a-vis U.S. According to the Korea-U.S. alliance, if the third country was attacked, I think Korea or U.S. need to also collaborate. And there is the issue of Indo-Pacific vis-a-vis Korea. Its a relationship with China or its relationship with Japan, that relationship need to play an important role. The third area where we can collaborate among three of us would be tariff issue. Tariff can be an area that China, Korea, and Japan can cooperate. There were meetings held, and the working level consultation is now happening, and the negotiations are happening. That Korea need to negotiate with the U.S. as well. So if three of us need to negotiate, probably we can coordinate our stance vis-a-vis U.S. However, vis-a-vis export control, it could be difficult for three of us to collaborate because various types of pressures are coming from U.S., especially they are applying pressure to their partner countries. So what is needed is to collaborate. Well, Mr. Chen, do you have any response to the intervention made by two people ahead of you? Well,
there are still some unresolved problems, particularly for the peace and stability of this region. And number one is the so-called the nuclear denuclearization of Korean Peninsula. And I think that my personal observation is that, fundamentally speaking, the root cause of this problem is that this region or this area is still locked in a vicious circle of the Cold War. So how to break those vicious circle of Cold War is the most important thing. And the United States, Washington, and Pyongyang, they are the key parties in addressing these issues. And very unfortunately, the military attack on Iran's those so-called nuclear facilities in Iran will definitely disrupt the whole process of the NPT and even those disarmament or arms control issues of the world, and will greatly, I think, that reduce the incentive for other countries to try to engage with the United States on those denuclearization issues. Regarding another one is I think that we should reduce as much as we can of the escalation of over-securitization of economic relationship. And in that regard, I think the three countries altogether, we need to address at governmental level as well as the non-governmental level to address the issues of what are the scope, what are the limits of those so-called economic securitization. That is very important.
다음 라운드에서 그 북핵 문제를 좀 다루려고 했었는데 김정은 국무위원장이 나오는 걸.
Yes, about the nuclear issue of the North Korea probably will come up at the later part of discussion. So I'd like to, well, we also heard about the position of China. So among those three nations, the common issue is the nuclear issue of the North Korea. But we are starting to see some differences among us. So China convincing North Korea, I think that China has the biggest power to be able to do so. But in this sense, there's a lot of different views. But President Trump is trying to meet with the North Korean leader. But I'd like to ask Professor Soeya to talk about the potential collaboration between Japan and China about the nuclear issue of North Korea. So if you have any thoughts on that point, we would appreciate if you can share that with us. Well, as a whole, I think that the four countries had some discussions, and we have had that for the past several years. And I think that there have been some level of agreement among the three nations. And if it's possible, we want to realize the denuclearization of North Korea. And in the process of getting there, the stability of Korean Peninsula is going to be very important. But of course, there are some differences on which side are we on. But as a package or total picture, the fundamental differences of the view did not exist. But in the era of Trump, as a possibility, there have been discussions. For example, President Trump the current status of the nuclearization of the North Korea is something that he will accept, and will accept North Korea as the nuclear power, and there could be some kind of deals to enable that. So that's been discussed. So I think there is such possibility personally, and if that is the case, then how the Trump will react. As the three nations, are we going to work closely together, or how can we make adjustment? Theoretically, I think it's possible to try to make such adjustment. If I may have 30 more seconds. Now, before the Trump administration, the various think tanks, American First think tank, issued a policy paper, and there is a term clink used. It's an internal discussion. And of course, it's not the official statement, but the CRINK, CRINK, sorry. So China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. So those four nations are the strategic targets of Trump diplomacy. So that's been discussed. So ending the Ukrainian war, that was on the agenda, but with the China, Russia, Iran, they can weaken the link among those countries if you can end the Ukrainian war. So that's why that was on the agenda first. But as for the Iran, the nuclearization of the Iran needed to be stopped. So that was the agenda vis-a-vis Iran. So that is how the Trump administration acted. So finally, there is North Korea. In terms of priority, so the order is CRINK, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. So eventually, the issue of North Korea will emerge. So that's something that we can forecast based upon the discussion of CRINK. And when that happens, whether the Trump will move toward the negotiation based on the assumption that North Korea is a nuclear power, and that would be the very serious and important common agenda for Japan and Korea. So we need to really make a lot of adjustment, and also we need to have a same view with China. Right. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Kim, what about you? So, with this new president, Lee Jae-myung, and with North Korea, he mentioned that there might be a collaboration with them. So, what is your view on the nuclear issue of North Korea, and how can we work together among three nations? Well, this situation is very difficult. It's beyond the red line, or we crossed the red line already. In 2009, the North conducted the nuclear experiments, and that changed. And Japan and Korea, about the North Korean nuclear power, and also the long-distance missile and the intercontinental ballistic missiles. So those are the risk of the nuclear missiles. But as for China, during in 2006, they conducted the first nuclear test, and then there was a restriction on the part of North Korea, and there were six-party discussion. There was a witnessing of the secret meeting, and after 2009, China changed. So about the North Korean nuclear issue, this is for North Korea to decide. So rather than that, the China-North Korea relationship became more important. So this is a little bit different from us. Doing the experiments, nuclear experiments, and despite the provocation, this was vis-a-vis United States, so it has nothing to do with China. So that was their attitude. So these policy differences are emerging. So we are probably at the limit of that. North Korea already, as I said, and as Professor Soya mentioned, the Russia, China, Iran, on the North Korea is on their side. So coming out of from there and shaking with the U.S. is not very likely. Another thing is that whether the North Korea
만약에 북한하고 트럼프하고 김정은이 만나서 협상을 하게 되면
the Trump, Kim
트럼프 입장에서
Jong-un
제일
meeting
중요한
together,
거는 본토에
and
대한
what is
위협을
important for
없애라는
Trump
걸 거예요.
was to
북한이 장거리
eliminate
미사일을
the danger or
가지고
the risk on the part of
핵무기를
the U.S.
탑재해서 이
mainland.
본토를 쏠
If the
역량이
North has
있는데
the
그걸
long
없애라.
distance missile
과연
and
북한이 그걸
the missiles
하겠는가?
can reach the
그게 없으면
U.S. mainland, that was something that they wanted to
위협받을
avoid.
텐데
But
2차 보복 능력을 없애라고 했을 때 과연 그것을 북한이
of course,
듣겠느냐?
there could be some
제가 보기에는
risks, and of course, there's another question whether North Korea would accept that. So, Korea, China, and Japan.
북미 간에 이제는 서로 바라보는
This
게
situation
상당히
between
상이해졌고 자국의 입장이
the
바뀌었기
U.S.
때문에
and North
이러한
Korea,
상이한 입장에서
I think that there are
새로운
some differences of the views among those us, the
비핵화를
three
위한 전략을
nations.
좀
So, based on
만들어 나가야
those
되지 않을까 싶습니다.
differences,
김소영 위원장이 좀
we have to
비관적으로 말씀하셨는데
think about the plan for the nuclearization. That was a bit
9분 30초 정도 남았습니다.
pessimistic,
플로어를
and
오픈을
probably
해서
it's time for lunch.
질문이,
But we have a limited
청중석에서
time.
있으신
Maybe
분들은,
I can
손을 들어주시면은
entertain
세
one
분,
or two
발표자님에게
questions. So if you have any
질문할
questions,
기회를
please
드리고 그걸로 인해서
raise your
논의를
hand.
빨리 좀 진행을 시켜보겠습니다. 질문을 하시고 싶거나
And
그러신
we would like to
분들이
proceed that way. So any questions?
예. 대사님, 네, 여기 마이크 좀 주시겠어요? 네.
Please use the microphone.
일본 외무성에서 오랫동안 활약을 하셨던 네덜란드 대사를 지내셨고요. 네.
Thank you very much for very interesting discussion. I have one idea about which I want to seek your advice. Around myself, there is a discussion going on that when President Trump is rocking the boat, time might have come to think about one new idea of multilateral cooperation in East Asia. And we are discussing to take precedence in what happened during the Cold War in Europe. The power balance was clearly created between the United States and the Soviet Union nuclear power balance. But that alone is not sufficient. And so in 1975, they established a system of Conference of Security and Cooperation in Europe, CSCE. Why not create a new CSCE in East Asia, namely CSCEA? Clearly, Japan, China, and Korea should become a central part of this new idea, CSCEA. I have already discussed a little bit with Professor Soya on this idea, so I'd like to ask the views from Korean and Chinese participants.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Right. So in Japan and just like Europe, so creating such alliance was the suggestion, such as CSCE.
If I understand your question correctly, I think it is in those confidence building, and particularly those confidence buildings under the guidelines of the new security concept initiated by Chinese side. I think that Chinese side is always on this side to strengthen those confidence buildings on many levels. But at the same time, Whether it is possible, as our Mr. Lee has mentioned, that whether they could be form a kind of a alliance of those security cooperation. I'm quite doubtful about that. But having said that, I'm always could not understand that when United States tried to couple or link China with North Korea, Russia, or Iran together, there are while our Japanese and some other colleagues from our Korean colleagues also like to follow this narrative to put all these four countries together. I could not understand the logic behind it. If I may, I would say that at least if I read those American logic of try to link all these four countries together, two logic. One is the so-called narrative of a democracy versus authoritarian, and they try to put those, the so-called non-democratic governments or states into a very special, unique group. But I think the more if we look at the fundamental root cause of that, despite of those differences among these four countries, these four countries actually has been, with different degrees, contained by the United States. So I think that if Tokyo or if Seoul is really try to have a better cooperation with Beijing, we should be very, very cautious to, simply to put these all countries together in a group.
오케이. 자, 다음 질문 받아보겠습니다.
Mr. Kim Jin-pyo, please. Yes, I do sympathize with what Mr. Kim has just said. I have one question. Well, earlier there was a mention about East Asia and that there needs to be a multilateral security cooperation in the region. And it was said that North Korea has already exceeded across the red line. And we cannot do much about that. And therefore, I think there's a difference in terms of thinking about grouping the four. And first, there needs to be, we start cooperation from security and build trust. And from there, all countries have to move forward. And in that respect, I think that I support what has been said. So it's important that our three countries need to urgently address this issue of tariff, Trump tariff. The U.S., a trade deficit needs to be addressed. And ultimately, we cannot engage in reducing the deficit, but instead, over the past 10 years, we have been making concessions. And through a roundtable, I think that we should try to build a multilateral economic alliance to address the issue. And if we can negotiate it in that way, then I think that U.S.-China dialogue can progress on the economic front. And based on that trust, maybe we can make headway. And so I'd like to ask about your opinion on that, please. Well, currently, President Trump, the Trump administration has begun, and NATO is weakening, and the European countries are increasing their defense spending, 5% GDP. And so Europe and Asian countries, excluding U.S., are really perplexed because Europe, as was said, they are they're facing the tariff issue and trade barriers brought up by Trump, and we are also facing the same challenges. We need to cooperate with the U.S. administration and set up a group to do that. I think that is important. But whether these countries, as was said, without receiving anything from the U.S., just being bullied by the U.S., will they really cooperate with the United States to resolve their fiscal and trade deficit? Well, I really cannot support that idea. Yes, Mr. Uhailon? Yes, I saw a hand coming from the chair of CPDCA. Well, China and North Korea. Well, the Korean Peninsula. I'd like to talk about this. And what I want to point out is that China, and when it comes to denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, has a very clear position. Well, globally, there are a lot of things that are attracting people's interest, and people are not first facing the Korean Peninsula. We need to focus more on the North Korean denuclearization issue, though this is being overlooked these days. And I think the peace in North Korea, in order to realize peace in North Korea, we should not put North Korea into a corner, because if they have no way to escape, it will be a big problem. For example, looking at Russia today, what their aggression of Ukraine, why is it that the United States is not going to the battlefield? Why is NATO not going to the battlefield? That is because Russia. We don't want to put Russia into a corner, because if they were to do so, then what will happen? They can easily imagine what will happen. Likewise, for North Korea, one country should not pressure and put another country into such a corner. Well, the North Korean situation, I think it should be resolved through negotiation, talking at the table, and not through military force. Because if military force were to be used, for sure, there will be a collision with North Korea. That's the first point. And the second, about the trilateral cooperation amongst our three countries. We think that through cooperation, we can promote close cooperation in the economic and social issues. And this will be very transparent and open. And also will be open to third countries. And it's very easy to understand. And the third is China-U.S. and relations, and also U.S. China, U.S. ROK, and U.S. Japan relations. Well, for example, U.S. ROK and U.S. Japan all have issues. The issues are different. And in today's discussion, it was said that U.S. And China are competing, and it's posing a serious problem to the world and impacting the world significantly. But because people are over as evaluating this competition between U.S. and China, I think. For example, U.S. tariff. This is not something that China can do. U.S. is saying that they want to acquire Greenland, and also they are taking up the case of WTO, which has nothing to do with China, and also the Iran and Israel issue. Also, this has nothing to do with China. So U.S. It's a U.S. issue. We've discussed a number of things, and I think it's wonderful that we're having this discussion. But the speakers who presented have made a major contribution. I think that it's quite unique that we have so much questions coming up. There are differences amongst our three countries for sure, but I think that we will not be able to cover everything that needs to be discussed within this time, but it's important that people come together and discuss. I think that and also having periodic summit meetings will be important, and I hope that this will become a reality. And now we would like to have lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, and our distinguished speakers for bringing us an excellent session with an in-depth presentations and discussions. For speakers of session 1, we would like to have a short photo session, so please come up to the middle of the stage together while we take photos. For journalists who wish to take photos, please follow our steps and move to the front. Thank you. This concludes our first session.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. That song we played was a Chinese song, so the horse racing. This is from Mongolia. This piece vividly captures the energy and speed of horses galloping across vast grasslands. And it even expresses neighing of horses and sound of hooves. This is very popular in China, representing China, Korea, and Japan. We are playing together. We are going to play two more pieces, and another one is from Japan. Oborozukiyo is the name of the piece from Japan. So this Japanese song depicts the scenery of spring evening with gentle and delicate word and portrays the moon setting.
下一个曲子是韓国の曲です。美しい国という曲で、ヒャンちゃん。
はい、次の曲はアルムダウンなら、韓国アルムダウンなら美しい国。ピョンチャンオリンピックのテーマソングとなっているアルムダウンならという曲、今でも愛されています。お聴きください。
Thank you, performance team, your wonderful play. Now we need to set up the stage for our next session. So while we set up the stage for the session, I'd like to remind you a few housekeeping announcements again. For on-site participants who need interpretation, please use the simultaneous interpretation receiver on your table with Japanese on channel 1, Chinese on channel 2, Korean on channel 3, and English on channel 4. For audience online, please select the language by clicking the globe icon at the bottom right of the Zoom window. If you have any questions, please raise your hand during the Q&A session. Kindly note that online guests may also submit questions to the speakers through the Zoom chat function. Please refrain from recording or taking photos of the forum. Now please wait a while for the stage setting. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Distinguished guests, we will now start our session 2, Driving Inclusive Growth in Pursuit of More Prosperous Northeast Asia Amid Global Challenges. Building on the institutional mechanisms discussed in our first session, this session will focus on practical economic collaboration that directly impacts industries, businesses, people's livelihoods. Key topics we discuss in this session include aging society, regional cooperation, including RCEP and FTA, climate crisis, and carbon neutrality. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Ijuin Atsushi, the lead economist of Japan Center for Economic Research, as the moderator of session 2. Prior to his current career, he had an extensive career in journalism at the Nikkei, serving as the chief of Seoul Bureau and China headquarters chief. His research focuses on the politics and economy of China, Japan, and Republic of Korea, as well as the international relations of the East Asian countries. Mr. Ijuin, the floor is yours.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. So I'd like to now start the session 2. So after lunch, we just listened to the wonderful cultural performance. Now you are refreshed, I'm sure. So let's work on this session number 2. So as it was introduced to you, in session 2, our theme is driving inclusive growth in pursuit of more prosperous Northeast Asia amid global challenges. In the morning, in session 1, we looked at the institutional and also diplomatic matters. So we started with a very basic discussion topic, and in the afternoon, we would like to talk more about the practical matters, including something that are very close to our daily lives. We would like to proceed with the discussion among the panelists. So in order to do so, we invited wonderful guests. Right next to me, from your side, on the right-hand side, we have Professor Sawako Shirahase of UNU, Senior Vice Rector and Assistant Secretary-General of United Nations. Of course, the speakers have a great career, and for the details, please refer to the brochure. Also, from China, we have Dr. Yuan Bo, the head of the Asian Institute, Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation. And also, we have Professor Hong Jong-ho, the professor of the Graduate School of Environmental Studies. And in addition to that, we have discussant Kim Hwai-neo, the managing director and a member of the managing board of the World Economic Forum. So as for the procedure, we would take turns to hear from each panelist, and then have comments from Ms. Kim. And in the remaining time, as much as we have time, we would like to have a discussion. And we will open the floor and take questions from the participants. And before we start such a discussion, if I may talk about something quite personal, I myself, in the Qingdao Forum, I participated 2 years ago, and once again, I'm very happy to be invited here, so it's an honor for me. And this trilateral framework, my engagement actually happened a long time ago. And as the moderator or facilitator introduced, I used to be a writer in 1990s. From the end of it and early 2000, I was stationed in Seoul, in Korea, to work for Nikkei. And in 1999, I think, ASEAN Plus 3, that was the conference held in the Philippines. And at that time, the trilateral, the leaders, Prime Minister Obuchi, Kim Dae-jun, President of South Korea, and Mr. Shoki of China, we had a breakfast meeting among those three leaders, and it was an ASEAN conference, so it was a great opportunity to meet among the three nations. So this was actually an unusual thing. So this is something that we probably thought that can be summit meeting or breakfast meeting. It was considered to be difficult to have all the three leaders in the official forum, despite us being neighbors. So after a quarter of a century, under the TCS, and with their efforts, the range of the cooperation among the three nations have widened. And as I listened to the morning session in the area of diplomacy, and also there are some sensitive issues concerning the North Korea, now we are able to have this type of discussion. And the theme of the second session is the global challenges and the common regional challenges for the three nations. So gradually, we are starting to see the wide-ranging topics to be discussed in terms of cooperation. So, as for the global challenges, needless to say, under the current situation in the world, economic uncertainty has a direct impact on our daily lives. So, supply chain disruption, the trade policy changes, and also innovations are occurring at high speed. And climate change, this is the global issue, and for this region has become a very important challenge. So those three nations in the history and also physically we are close to each other, and also we are faced with the fewer children and aging society. That type of demographic change is what we are going through. So major changes are happening at the same time. So the three speakers here today have their own areas of expertise. So the first, Professor Shirahase, is in the area of the sociology and the expert in the demographics. So from that perspective, we would like to hear from her. So each panelist will present for about 10 minutes or so. So Professor Shirahase.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Well, because this is a trilateral, I'm to give you the conclusion first. Multilateralism. This is a very important concept, but it is facing a crisis now. In many ways, this is a challenging period, as many have pointed out. But at the end, I want to emphasize that we need to collaborate amongst countries, and we need to collaborate amongst researchers. Co-work, cooperation is important, especially for our three countries. We have a lot of issues in common, and these issues are unique to each country, but at the same time, our three countries have a lot of similarities. They're similar patterns, so to say. In the past, we have seen aging taking place in the West, but now, amongst our three countries, we are facing the same challenge in different ways and also in similar ways. I think this is important for us to work together, thinking about the structure of our society. But aging appears to be very negative. The working population declines, and also the population shrinks. Rather than growth, I think it is maintaining the status quo. It could be that people discuss the possibility of the country disappearing. But on our part, we don't want to be negative, and we cannot afford to be negative. Instead, we have to resolve this issue together. We have to consider together how to overcome this challenge so as to hand down our country, society to future generations. This is one of the challenges that we are facing today. So, promoting is the term that I've used. I want to see promoting of inclusive growth. And this is something that we want to achieve in this aging of societies. Well, this also means lower fertility. So I'd like to talk about promoting inclusive growth in aging societies. As I've already mentioned, we are facing similar demographics. And the speed of change is very fast. Well, in Japan, we are seeing low fertility, and we are said to be the most aging society in the world. And this low fertility, this demographic, in order to maintain our population, we need a certain level of total fertility rate, but we are declining below this level. In the past, during the high economic growth period, we have seen our company booming, but then after we entered into a low economic growth period, we have started to see this trend of low fertility. Of course, behind this is the urbanization and change in the industrial structure, the way people have families, and also the way people live has changed and resulting in lower fertility rate, and at the same time, aging of society is occurring. So we are seeing aging progressing, and because the population is aging, we see a decline in population. This is the mechanism that exists today. In Japan, in the 1950s especially, we have seen the fertility rate drop. Well, in China or in Korea, likewise, I think we are seeing a sudden drop in fertility rate. On the left-hand side, to your left, this graph talks about the 65 and above population increasing from 7 to 14% of the total population, and the time that has been required to see this change. What's common across our three countries is that the bar is low, but the country who has seen the longest period of aging is France, and so from 7 to 15%. The time from 7% to 14% was 100 years, but Japan is 25 years, Korea is 24, and China is really fast, and so it is rapidly progressing. Now, what's common amongst our three countries is the speed, and when we look at the policies, I think there are different people in the society, and this diversity is something that poses risks. And on the macroscopic point of view, there could be COVID or wars. There are a number of things that could occur, and also earthquakes are another risk. We need to respond to these risks, but the response is different depending on the society and people, individual, and achieve the SDGs by 2030, Sustainable Development Goals. And these things are related to the SDGs. These are macroscopic trends, but at the same time, we could fall into poverty and famine very easily. And the risks are different depending on the individual and the nation. Advanced nations and developing nations are different. In those areas where the population is young, like Africa, well, there are regions in which the average age is less than 20, and Japan, which is much higher. So this is the difference that we see in the world. At the same time, the systems, employment, and economic policies that support our life and social security systems are different depending on the country. What's more, the communities in which people live. There are different types of families and households that exist. So it's a complicated structure. Now, as for specific numbers, UN and OECD providing us with statistics showing how many people are at risk and what differences are there in the risk. For example, if you look at gender, women and men, what are the differences amongst genders are shown in numbers. People living in poverty, the probability of such people falling into poverty, men versus women, the probability is very different. And the reason is because the way of working, or be it a girl or woman, the expected roles to be played, and also the wage gap have a lot to do with this risk. What's important is that, this was not a pointer. Sorry, on the top, it says 2 billion. I think you can see the number. 2 billion. This talks about women and girls who have no social protection coverage. And there are cases in which men also are facing similar problems, but the proportion is much higher with women and girls. These women and girls have to rely on others and cannot be independent. And because they are dependents, there is no public social protection coverage. Or it could be in terms of representation. In the political decision-making process, women are not represented as much as men. Why? Is diversity necessary? Women's empowerment necessary? Because as a country, we need to increase our metabolism to make our organizations stronger. And that is the key point. For this, we need to look at the representation and the gap in representation. The gender gap, amongst our three countries are also different. But what we have in common that is very low, but there are differences amongst our three countries. But what's common is that at the WEF, at the World Economic Forum, they come up with the Global Gender Gap Index. And so they base this on gender parity, and depending on the region, you see this gap. And Japan is very low, and you have to think about the reason why. I'm running out of time, so I'll go to the last point here. But we have common challenges, but the level is different, the pattern is different, and we have to think about what is necessary. What is needed is for us to collaborate, do joint research, and by doing so, trying to come up with solutions. We are living in a global society, and one country alone cannot deal with these issues. And therefore, by having common challenges, we cannot work alone and aim for growth alone, but instead we should be inclusive and promote inclusive growth for all our societies. We need to have policies and institutions in place to do this, and we need to consider the values needed to promote such inclusive growth. Thank you.
はい、白瀬先生。
Thank you very much, Ms. Shirahase. You did presentation within 10 minutes, including proposal for topics to be covered. If I give you only 10 minutes, probably you were not able to cover all what you needed to cover. But maybe we can come back during the course of Q&A and discussion. And also, we have simultaneous interpretation available. So when you speak during the course of presentation, please speak a bit slower. And this is only a message to me. This is a reminder for myself as well. So anyway, for the contents that you wanted to cover but you can't, we can come back to you later during the course of session 2. Now moving to China, Ms. Yuan Po, if you could, please.
谢谢主持人，非常感谢中日韩秘书处的邀请，今天能够来参加这个论坛，跟大家进行交流。那么我主要想
Hello, my theme is collaboration between 3 countries to promote growth. From the economic viewpoint, I would like to do my presentation. I would like to focus on the importance of economic cooperation among 3 countries, which was covered during the course of this morning, but we are now faced with new challenges and new changes. And the globalization of economy is now facing challenges as well, and international order is now being shaken. So East Asia is also being impacted by that. Between Japan and China, we are important countries, and also we have been upholding multilateral trading system, which was mentioned by presenter this morning, and there was an opinion heard about upholding the importance of multilateral trading system and the concept of free trade. We are a promoter of globalization of economy, and also we are beneficiaries of the globalization of trade. So from the level of trade perspectives, we have been promoting free trade. So far, China maybe 23 and Japan 21 and Korea 22. They have all those free trade agreements to date. These are larger number compared for a global average, and for WTO, 3 of us are enjoying benefits from being a beneficiary to WTO, and also we have been cooperating in terms of WTO reform. In 2024, 20,000 billion, or we account for 18.7% in global trade for 3 of us. We have been emerging ourselves into global economy, and also we have been cooperating among ourselves, and also together with ASEAN and the Asian countries, we have been forming very big market. In 2024, 3 of us had $1,500 billion, and vis-a-vis ASEAN, $1,400 billion worth of sales we are making. So we are therefore responsible, and also we feel need of promoting free trade. And also 3 of us are faced with also challenges as well as opportunities. Now, the leaders of the 3 countries need to deepen or showing the intention to deepen regional cooperation. Last September, when the joint declaration was issued at the time of summit meeting, there was a reference to making a trilateral cooperation as a mechanism. During the course of APEC meeting, there was a summit meeting between China and Japan, and 10th of this month, Mr. Xi Jinping and Mr. Lee Jae-min will meet. So leaders' determination and leaders' common understanding and awareness, as was mentioned during the course of this morning, for bilateral and also trilateral relationship, we will be influencing with each other. So determination of the leaders is for collaboration of the three countries going forward. And also trilateral countries are also working within the framework of RCEP. And we have agreed to open trade, and also CJK FTA negotiations are ongoing. It has been 3 years since the RCEP, but this has been benefiting the companies in the region. And recently, China, Japan, Korea economic cooperation report was released by experts from these three countries, citing the benefits of RCEP. And benefits are highly evaluated. Japan, Korea, Japan, China, we saw a tremendous growth. The amount of trade between Japan and China has been positive ever since our RCEP framework was established. Our free trade zone negotiation has been now accelerated. The free trade zone will be a very much of the new platform for the three countries. Technology, innovation, digital economy, and green economy, all these future industry can be explored by three countries jointly together. However, between three of us, there are many challenges for cooperation. For example, external uncertainties or protectionism and unilateralism, especially presented by America first under Trump administration. We have been promoting certain spirits, but the U.S. Trump administration's policy may be adversely impacting. We are also under pressure. The industry competition is very much stronger. For example, vehicle and science and maritime industry, the competition among the three countries have been intensified. Green industry or digital industry, among three of us, we need to create rules because we are in insufficiency of rules at this point in time. Socio-cultural challenges also remain, especially between China and Japan and Korea when it comes to cooperation. Multilateral trading system promotion need to be more tolerant. Some 20 years, China have been opening its market, and that is because China wanted to enjoy inclusive growth. So maybe we can expand RCEP members to be benefited more. And CJK free trade arrangements as well as RCEP growth, those may be an opportunity for us. However, in terms of a trading volume, we see some declining trend associated with various factors. But I wanted to say that the potential for RCEP is quite high, and we need to strengthen RCEP going forward. For example, visa issuance may be much easier, and also with the application of AI, maybe we can focus. There are many platforms in China China's the free trade zone network may be established, and these may be beneficial for SMEs so that they can be benefited from the framework of RCEP. And also towards the future, China, Japan, Korea's free trade negotiation discussion need to be accelerated. And regarding a free trade zone in 2022, at the same time as RCEP, the negotiation started. The Secretariat also thinks promoting FTA or free trade zone because the trade agreement will be based upon free and fair competition and other benefits. But of course, we need to have some special space for sensitive industry. In other words, we need to provide markets for competitive industry, while sensitive products can be grown by utilization of tariff measures. New ideas and a new pathway can be developed by so doing in order for us to grow those industries. For example, Japan, Korea's manufacturing industries are exposed in China, the competition. But in China, supply chain competitiveness exists within China. For example, if you use supply chain of China of the automobiles, you can export from China under the brand of Japanese or Korean OEM. So that sort of export system can be possible to be established. The green industry is something that we can be benefited. 3 countries have some strengths in different area, and we have many cooperation potential. So this is a blue ocean for the future. Digital economy and green economy cooperation shall therefore be strengthened. Let's strengthen the cooperation to also fill the gap of digitalization. For example, China and ASEAN recently signed agreement on Free Trade Zone 3.0, talking about green economy session and digital economy session. We identified various areas for cooperation to invite SMEs. We have created such a framework, so maybe we can use the same thing for China, Korea, and Japan in promoting digital economy and green economy. That is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much. So we heard about the economic potential of East Asia. It was very insightful. Thank you very much. Lastly, I'd like to invite Professor Hong Jong-ho of Seoul National University. Thank you very much for inviting me. I am very happy to be able to speak to you. The theme I'm interested with is the climate change and climate crisis. So the content I'd like to present here is that the climate issue has become an economic issue going beyond the environmental issue. And why is that? Especially the 3 nations in Northeast Asian region. I think this has become a common issue for 3 countries, and there are some differences. So through the collaboration, how can we find a way to solve and overcome the challenges? So these are very important discussions. So about the climate issue, I understand this as a new security issue. So from the security perspective, this is also a very important issue. So right now, what I'd like to show you here is to make it possible for the human beings to live more comfortably. and what would be the results of our efforts, and we, the human beings, what are happening, something that we never imagined. So the economists in the Netherlands have written this. This shows the economic growth in the past 2,000 years. As you can see here, the modern economic growth started during the 200 years in the past. So there is a very steep curve. So in 1800, for example, the economic growth did not happen. So early 19th century until now, very rapid. During those 200 years, we saw more than 2.5% economic growth. In the second half of this, Japan, Korea, and China, in that order, have started to contribute to the global economic growth. So how were we engaged in? So please take a look at this graph. This shows the huge consumption of the fossil fuel, oil, gas, and coal. We consumed a lot of them so that the human beings can develop technologies and to grow at a high speed. So with the 20th century, the three energy sources were combined together, so a lot of electricity was generated, and something that we have never imagined, that is the digital era started. So up to now, this is for the successful story of human beings. But the problem is the next graph. So during this process, the CO2 emissions started to grow. In 19th century, the CO2 emission was not recognized, but from the middle of the 20th century, the CO2 global level emissions started to increase. So after the World War II in 1960s, the climate change started to accelerate. So we can see that from this graph. So after the war, all over the world grew in terms of economy, and they emitted a lot of CO2. As a result of it, 2023, the monthly temperatures are shown here. So 1850s, around that time, the global air temperature was 0. So based on that, how much of the increase of the temperature do we see, and how did it change is shown here. So Japan, China are no exceptions. And at the beginning, well, I live in Korea now. In 2023, summer was extremely hot, and it was very difficult summer. And in comparison to the Industrial Revolution time, the temperatures increased by 1.48 degrees centigrade. And the scientists are concerned about 1.5 degrees, but we have gotten very close to that level. Last year it was hotter. So Seoul, that I live in, it was a very hot summer. The hot summer continued for 30 days in a row. So it was a very hard, tough time. That is shown in the statistics. In 2024, the temperatures increased higher than 23. So 1.6 degrees, that is in the climate observation agency called Copernicus. We have seen this unprecedented level of the temperatures in the past thousands of years of the human history. Now, for the economic growth, we have been working very hard to continue to use the fossil fuel. And as a result of it, this has been happening. So who is emitting CO2? So here it shows that China actually is number 1, and Japan is number 5, Korea is number 9. So in the top 10, all of our country, 3 nations are included in top 10. So CO2 that we emit after the emission for a long time, the CO2 will remain on the Earth. So historic level of the emission, it becomes very important. So US is predominantly number one, and as for EU, EU is the second. In the past, right now, US continues to emit a lot. Now, the responsibility of the developed nations has been very grave. In Asia, India, developing nations, as they grow at a high rate, they emitted a lot of CO2. So 5 countries, well, it's in Korean, sorry, but China, Germany, Japan, and Thailand, the dots are showing the CO2 emission. So China, Germany, Japan, not Thailand, but United States. So those are the dots. So please take a look at those dots. Which color is which country? I'm sure you can see that right away. Purple is Korea. What about the others? It's a very surprising economic growth and surprising CO2 emission. It's almost vertical. China emitting a lot, and more recently has slowed down somewhat. Japan goes up and down, but the per capita emission in Japan is high. US, it's sustainably coming down. So this is due to the decoupling. The growth and the CO2 emission is invertedly related. So the next slide shows the electricity conversion, which is important. So the fossil fuel should no longer be the main source of energy. So as for Korea, the renewable percentage is the lowest. The green is Korea. So as you can see, it's at the bottom. Japan is blue. 24% or so renewable, and China, the percentage is actually the highest among the 3 nations, around 30%. And China is shown in light blue. So those 3 countries, the renewable energy rate is shown here. Now, what is the current situation right now? I'd like to show you a map. So Korea and Japan can be seen in black. During the past 30 years, surrounding sea surface temperatures have changed. So SST stands for sea surface temperature. So redder means that in the past 30 years, it has gotten hot and hotter. Temperatures have gone up. That is the red part. Especially the Pacific region is in red. As a result of it, the fish species have been changing. In Korea, the squid and octopus, we eat them a lot, and the situation is changing. In 1940s, or since that time, the North Pacific Ocean, November, the average temperature at sea is shown here. So as you can see, the temperatures have risen very rapidly. So because of this has had a very major impact on our fisheries industry. The scientists say that rather than other oceans, this Pacific Ocean sea surface temperature is increasing fast. And there are 2 risks. One is the physical risk, and another is a transition risk. So 3 nations are faced with those 2 major risks. So in that sense, the cooperation among the 3 nations is necessary, especially the physical risk means that Japan and China are facing this at the same time. For example, the damage from typhoon is a good example. Korea, the largest scale, the wildfire has started, and 30 people lost their lives. So something like that is happening in Northeast Asian region. So from now on, how can we curb the damages from those climate-related disasters? Through the cooperation among the three nations, that's something that we need to work on. Now, as for the transition risk, there are many things, but due to the shortage of time, I'm not going into the details, but CBAM and CCA, those laws and schemes are making us improving the readiness, and this is leading to the expansion of the protectionist trade. So I think that it's very important for the three nations to work together in this area. So in any case, the CO2 emission is big and the GDP is also very big. So in this graph, I think you can see that. So say that the EU introduces this CBAM mechanism next year or in 2 years. There has been some talk about the postponement, but this based on that assumption, I did some simulation. So CBAM or CBAM 50, when it's introduced for each nation, what is the impact is shown here. So relatively speaking, the shock is bigger in Japan, especially the steel industry is likely to get the impact. Also, what kind of growth strategy are we going to follow? So this shows the CO2 reduction and what is the negative impact on GDP. So this shows the path or journey. So in this region, say that there is a competition and we don't cooperate with each other, then CO2 will be emitted by each country, and that will lead to the worst impact. So the 6 nations in total, the GDP will come down in the case of the third scenario. So to prevent this, we need a cooperation and technical cooperation, and also the response to the damages. Lastly, this is also a part of the report. In Australia, this report was issued. So Northeast Asia, Singapore, Australia included. So in this region, maybe there will be an Asian version of the CBAM, creating the carbon club. So EU is trying to introduce this, but the carbon price is being set. So regionally, there are some differences of price. For each ton, the price is low at $7 or 6 point some dollars. China, the number is shown here. In Japan, it has not yet introduced ATS. So there are some differences among the different countries. So this is one of the common issues to introduce the carbon price. It could be a burden, but this could contribute to alleviation of the climate change in the world and also the reduction of the CO2. So this is one of the areas that we can cooperate. With that, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you.
本先生どうもありがとうございました。
And thank you very much indeed. This is talk about the energy issue related to the 3 countries, the structural risk. It was a very visual and easy to understand presentation. Thank you very much indeed. And now, having heard the 3 presentations, we'd now like to ask Ms. Nil to give her comments. Well, the themes, we talked about demographics, trade, and environment, so it's a broad spectrum of issues. But please share with us your thoughts of the 3 presentations. Please.
Thank you, the moderator, Asushi-san. Ladies and gentlemen, first on behalf of the World Economic Forum, I would like to convey our appreciation to the TCS for the invitation to participate in this meeting. The World Economic Forum was created more than 50 years ago to build partnerships to improve the state of the world. And in line with our mission, we are delighted to contribute to build partnerships between China, Japan, and Korea. I would like to thank the three panelists for their contributions across the domains of people, planet, and the economy. I know we are just scratching the surface, and if you give them more time, they'll be able to even share more ideas on how the three economies can strengthen the collaboration. So allow me to share my reflections. Let me start with the economy. Yuan Po, who is from the Asia Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation, spoke about the economy and levers to drive resiliency, growth, and innovation. China, Japan, and Korea are recognized and very much respected globally for their strong export-driven economies, global brands, competitive products and services, supported by policy and regulatory frameworks, and a very well-educated and skilled workforce. And these are all strengths that can be built upon to turn crisis into opportunity. At a time of turbulence and transformation, regional cooperation and stability promote business certainty, and right now businesses need certainty and investor confidence to foster win-win outcomes. And Yuan Po spoke about cooperation and competition. And at the World Economic Forum, we like to use this word called coopetition, because it's a mix of two words, cooperation and competition. Cooperation fosters conditions for growth, innovation, and resilience. And competition helps drive progress and excellence. So cooperation and competition can interact and coexist for more vibrant and dynamic economies. And I'll illustrate with a very concrete example from the World Economic Forum. So today, when we think about decarbonization, there are many technologies that are needed, but not quite commercially viable. And this especially is so for heavy industry like steel and cement. And to catalyze investments into these technologies, the World Economic Forum brought together global companies. Today, there are more than 100 global companies who have signed up to this initiative on a pre-competitive basis, where they commit to send the largest demand signal for climate technologies. And in just a few years, this group of companies has generated more than $15 billion in offtake commitments to accelerate decarbonization efforts globally. So this market-driven approach actually demonstrates the power of collaboration to transform industries and open up new arenas of growth and development, even among companies who compete with one another. So on this note, I would like to urge China, Japan, and Korea to embrace the competition and look at collaboration opportunities in building up their individual economies and position the region as one of opportunity and success. Let me now move on to people. And Sawaho San, who's from the UN University, elaborated on the demographic changes in the region and its implications on the care economy. Respect and care for one's parents and elders is a core value in Asian culture, especially in East Asian culture. And I'm very confident to say that the ability for all three countries to work together to spearhead pilot pathways, whether this is in public policy, digital or physical infrastructure development, healthcare, and technological solutions to address the silver economy or the aging population will be very much welcomed by the people in all three countries. And linked to this silver economy, or what we call the longevity economy, is, of course, the need for us to look at how to restructure the labor markets as we look at a new industrial revolution that is powered and also very much disrupted by the compounding effects of AI and the convergence of technologies. And this calls to the need to look at the future of jobs, the need to reskill, upskill the workforce. And this is of utmost concern to global CEOs. And in our Future of Jobs report, and we do this every year, this surveys about 1,000 leading global businesses. We know that at least 20% of jobs will be lost by 2030, even though there will be new jobs that's created from automation, AI, and new industries. So on this, there is actually much scope for the three countries, and in particular the universities. And I know there are many representatives from the universities here that can benefit from looking at how to revamp education, lifelong learning, look at exchange of best practices, sharing of resources to better support the working population to cope with this disruption and hopefully embrace the future with more confidence and optimism. And my second point in relation to people is what serves them well is also good politics, which I think will be good news to the leaders in these three countries. And finally, on planet, climate change and biodiversity loss. This is an area that is very close to my heart as well. And Professor Jong Ho, who is from the Seoul National University, spoke about the effects of climate change, which is felt globally. And right now, as we speak, Europe is hit by an extreme heat wave, temperatures as high as 42 degrees Celsius, and many countries have actually issued warnings for extreme heat, wildfires, health warnings. And unfortunately for humanity, this could be the new normal. And Jong Ho showed the graphs just now, where every year could become the hottest year on record. And the science is dire at this point. I've been involved in many conversations on climate and nature over the years, and have always been very much encouraged by the leadership and steadfast commitment by China, Japan, and Korea to address the climate crisis. Whether this is China's renewable energy expansion, Japan's hydrogen society roadmap, or South Korea's Green New Deal, just to name a few. But what is actually most noteworthy is not just their push for climate and the energy transition, but really their ability to manage this transition in a smooth and inclusive way. And this means actually to secure energy, so looking at energy security, ensure that people are still taken care of, that energy remains accessible and affordable while achieving environment outcomes. And it's not easy to navigate this trilemma. And we've seen over the years how countries have actually backtracked or decelerated on their climate ambitions because it is not easy to look at affordability, security, and environmental outcomes all at the same time. So many of us around the world who are very concerned about the environmental emergency are pinning our hopes on the leadership of these three countries, China, Japan, and Korea, as drivers of innovation, anchored in the Asian virtue and aspiration of building harmony with nature to power this green transition. And with a combined GDP of 25% of global GDP, the ability for China, Japan, and Korea to forge win-win partnerships and leadership in the climate and nature agenda, whether this is in carbon markets, urban transformation, technology, or investment partnerships, could be very decisive in humanity's future. And so my last and final point is that the climate and nature emergency is a global emergency. No country can do this alone. But with the collective efforts of these three countries, harnessing Asian wisdom and practices, combining this with modern management science and technological progress or capabilities, we could actually create archetypes of success, which could become templates of what a new economic order could look like, where industrial development and growth coexist and reinforce rather than deplete the health of people and planet. So allow me to conclude right now by saying that the World Economic Forum just held our summer Davos. This is the annual meeting of new champions last week in Tianjin, China. And Secretary-General LEE Hee-sup from TCS also joined us. And during this meeting, we actually held a closed-door conversation on trilateral collaboration. And it was very well attended by business, academia, and next generation leaders, the younger generation. And there was a lot of hope and interest among the participants to work more closely together for win-win outcomes. And one of the points that was emphasized was that political signal among leaders of all three countries will be very important to unlock the potential. And on this note, I would just like to congratulate TCS for organizing this forum and also extend the forum's, the WEF's support in continuing to bring about constructive dialogue, exchange, and to build bridges among the people and businesses of all three countries. Thank you very much.
Neo-san どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. To the report by three speakers, you have given us very good summary and also pointed out important topics for us to discover. Thank you very much. The second session, we have about 30 minutes left. So from here onward, we would like to take questions from the audience. We would like to conduct Q&A session from here onward. We have hybrid system of conferencing today. So we have audience from online participants as well. So if you have any questions while listening in online, you can use Q&A box at the bottom of your screen to ask us questions. Now this forum has been opened since morning, and there were many people who are asking questions and comments. I think you are awaiting for this opportunity. The first session did have some time limitations, so we were able only to entertain questions who are sitting on the front rows. However, as you heard, session 2, the topics are wide-ranging. So we have representative from academia as well as students in this forum who are graduate of Campus Asia, who are here in this hall. So this is a very good opportunity. So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate. Raise your hand and wait for microphone to come to you. So if you are called upon, please tell us who you are, and also tell us to whom you want to ask questions. Questions can be raised to each reports, or maybe common theme that was covered by three presenters today. Any question can be entertained, so please feel free to ask questions. Anyone care to ask any questions? Any volunteers? Maybe from the hall here in the venue. If you have any questions, please.
Hi, thank you for insightful the speech. I'm Ken Maru. I'm a global shaper community from Yokohama Hub. So I actually just participated in the summer Davos. And I'm also one of the Campus Asia alumni from Waseda University. So I'm very glad to be part of this conference. So after joining in summer Davos, so I'm really feeling that there's a lot of the expectations toward the East Asia from the world. And this is one of the reasons why World Economic Forum was decided to host the specific sessions for the trilateral representatives. So my question is, so what kind of maybe future collaborations that could be done, especially from the youth perspectives? Because I think one of the important things in order to increase our resilience among three countries is by understanding each other. Unfortunately, from the Japan's perspectives, there's a lot of the Japanese students supposed to be studying abroad to the other East Asian countries, and fortunately, when I compare within the Chinese and the Korean student, I feel like there's still the less a Japanese student to have chance to know the other countries. So if there's any further maybe policy making or another maybe the idea that you already have, I would like to hear about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Do you have anyone you want to address? Have your question answered? No. Okay. Maybe we would like to gather 2 or 3 more questions before answering questions. Anyone? Any volunteer? Thank you very much for your speech. I am at Waseda University. Ran Suzuki is my name. I'm studying at the International Department. I'm going to go to Chinese Beijing University for my MA degree. And also, I am a graduate of Campus Asia as well. Thank you very much for your speeches. Now, Ms. Shirahashi, I have a question regarding gender. I think you mentioned gender issue in your presentation. I am also going to start working, and I'm a female, obviously. So I admire you, and I have 2 questions actually. Between China, Japan, and Korea, economically, these 3 societies are so advanced. However, still, we are having a big gender gap. We are lagging behind compared to other developed society. Maybe reasons may be diverse, but what is the common ground for low gender performance? And also, if you have any common reason for our situation, if you could tell us what sort of collaboration we can work together in order to change the society. Maybe we can entertain more questions. One more.
Thank you. I'm from TCS, actually responsible for the economic affairs. And my question goes to the panel for 3 of the panelists. I think it's an interlinked question to both Ms. Shirahase, Professor Hong, and Ms. Niu. In the TCS, we run a lot of programs, but one of the programs that has the strongest consensus among the CJK is meeting the climate response, climate challenges. And annually, we do the Carbon Neutrality Forum. Next year, this forum will be rotated to Japan. And for next year's forum, we also have an element of meeting the challenges of aging society. So we are looking at combining those 2 issues together with a meaningful linkage, because the challenges of the aging society has also elements to do with meeting the carbon neutrality goals. And we would like to seek inputs from the panelists on how to meaningfully connect those issues together. And in doing so, how can we leverage the interest and investment from the business communities to make it sustainable? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to turn to panelists to take some questions and answer them. I think youth exchange was mentioned, and also each individual questions were raised to individual speakers, and also the link between aging of society and climate change. I think everything will be touching upon some of the themes you mentioned. So starting from Shirahase-san, please. Thank you very much for your question. Actually, some of them are quite difficult. I don't know where to start and where we can start for collaboration of the 3 countries. We don't, I think, depending only on youth is not enough, and everyone has to do. And also, why do we have such a big gender gap? Probably this is to do with the aging, especially in Japan. By age cohort, we do some screening, and also we created system to make system effective. So age and gender, these two things, we have different screening for establishing system. And as a result, we had a very non-diverse system. But on the other hand, we have very low cost of such a system. In order to tap, and we failed to utilize talents of Japanese people. So there are therefore kind of interrelationship between all these things. Now, the school student exchange. I'm at the university, so I think student exchange would be a very important first step. Of course, doing business together or creating a startup together, those would be a very small but important steps for us to bring ourselves to the next stage. So the network you create during the youth can actually advance your careers. Even if you become a politician, those friendships may last. So what have we done and what sort of history we have, those would have to be understood and faced so that we can design for the next phase of the future.
So creating together, so we need exchange among the young people. Yes, I agree. And about the gender, it is a common issue for the three nations, especially the World Economic Forum issues the index, and also OECD shows the gender gap in especially Korea and Japan are very similar. And now in China, the gender differences, there are some differences in terms of policy, but there are slight changes. But having said that, is there no wars between the gender in China? Yes, there is. And as a background, the family and the community, the relationship as one values, especially in Japan, there is a husband and wife, and so that type of the husband being the leader and the wife being the follower and the specific roles. So sometimes girls are told that they are girls, so she shouldn't do something or other. So becoming the leader and being a girl, for example, not linking those two values together, and by doing so, I think that the capability which go beyond the gender is something that we need to foster. So we shouldn't just do it within Japan. We should probably use the external pressure, or we can work together among China and Korea in saying that we are faced with a similar situation and similar issues, so we should work together. So going beyond the national boundary and to do this together is a very strong way to proceed. Thank you. Thank you very much. What about you, Young-bo-san? Well, thank you very much for the questions. I think there were two questions. I'd like to respond to them. First of all, about the exchange among young people. The Japanese students don't want to study in Korea or China. We have to really consider the economic factor. Now, the China, Japan, Korea, the young people in those countries, their way of thinking is changing. So young people responsible for the future. Now, in China, last week, in Qingdao, we had the Global Company Forum, and the premier of the government made a presentation, and actually we focus on the youth economy in China, because young people are very much focused on going up, and also the new consumption pattern is being created. So for the relationship between China and Japan, I think this could be one of the major issues. We should not only do the research on the elderly people, but also young people and their the mental situation and an economy. And in the past, in the exchange between China and Japan, we used to focus on the manufacturing and trade, but now we need to expand the service industry. So, for example, in the area of the education, if it doesn't go well, maybe we look at the medical services and other services. And in the service industry, we can provide a lot of employment, and young people find it easier to find a job. So in RCEP or in the next stage platform, the service industry, we should really more focus on that. So for example, in China, vis-a-vis Japan and Korea, we announced a no visa scheme. So we are hoping for the same measure to be taken by Japan and Korea. And Chinese people will have an easier time to go to Korea or Japan. And talking about the Secretariat, for example, next year, talking about the environment and the aging, wanting to have such forum based on those themes, I think we should really involve the private sector. So China, Japan, Korea, the domestic consumption is going to stagnate. That's one of the major challenges. So we shouldn't not depend too much on the United States, but to expand the domestic markets. And this is a new challenge that we are faced with. So if we can solve this, then those tripartite economic ecosystem and our contribution can be bigger. So when we decide on those themes, the private sector interest is going to be very important. So for example, new products, green consumption, how can we take advantage of the consumption capability of those markets, and what are the potential of these movements? So that's something that we need to talk about. Now, TCS has asked a question, so I'd like to respond to that. It's a very important question. So I talked about the climate change and the two risks, the physical risk and transition risk. And the physical risk, the climate damages were mentioned. So this damage will not happen in the equal manner, but especially for the elderly and also the poor people, the damage will be more serious. In Korea, already in the past 2-3 years, in some regions, there have been flooding and torrential rain and the mountain fires, and the direct death or victims are the older people with disability, especially those who were numerous. So government could not rescue those people, and that led to the bigger damage. So the climate issue is a global issue, but the damages from the climate change will impact in the people that are very important to us in the unequal manner. So I think what the government does is very important at the regional level, especially the younger generation who will be living a longer life. This environment created by the current generation or existing generation, this climate-related issues need to be solved. So young people, well, we say that as soon as they were born, they were in the climate issue, and there were risks as soon as they were born. So high school students have talked about bringing a lawsuit against the government. So there are physical risks and the damages which go beyond the generations and the regions, and there are some differences of the impact on the different groups of people in the region. So the government really needs to focus on this. The transition risk is another example. As you get older, do you consume more energy or less energy? This is one of the areas for the research. Young people are used to the electric products and various electronic products on a daily basis. Smartphones is a good example. So the energy used by the different generation and how would that impact on the climate? This is something that we need to check. So society as a whole needs to reduce the CO2 emission, and this is transcending the generation or region. So climate issue and the demographic issue and also the income gaps, all of those are closely linked with the climate change.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Any comment from your side, Ms. Kim?
Maybe I'll just comment very briefly. I think globally, many people acknowledge and have spoken about the fact that we live in turbulent and uncertain times. And normally, in times such as this, the best way to prepare for the future is to do scenario planning. So you think about best scenarios, not so good scenarios, how do you manage and mitigate? And in scenario planning, we also talk about critical uncertainties and predetermined forces. So here you've highlighted two issues, climate and demographics, the aging issue, which I'll consider predetermined forces, which is quite interesting because if these are predetermined forces, it actually allows us to better prepare so that the uncertain forces that will come our way, right, we will at least will be prepared to deal with what is known, and then we have a bit of bandwidth to deal with the unknowns. Just three suggestions from the forum. One is really to look at the issues as interconnected. One of the things about climate is that it has to be connected to people. It has to be connected to economy. You mentioned this, climate issue has become an economic issue, right? So that if we can connect the nexus, right, you'll be much better able to engage business and government to work in concert in addressing the issue in a way that's sustainable and scalable. The second issue that I want to highlight is the need for really a holistic response, right? And I like to talk about acupuncture points, right? Because when we think about the need for holistic response and systems change, you really want to identify the acupuncture points that can actually help trigger, catalyze a more effective response and outcomes. And there are five typical areas that we look at, right? Business policy, technology, finance, and the last area, which is often not brought as well considered, is culture. Right? I think these are five tenets of acupuncture points. And even as you think about bringing business, government, and academia into the dialogue, I would also say, please also think about engaging with cultural leaders. Please also think about innovators, whether this is in finance or in technology, who can actually help engage and provide a more robust and effective response to the issues that we're talking about. And the last point I want to highlight is that we are at the cusp of a new era. And when you are at the cusp of a new era, you want to be prepared to embrace what is to come, knowing that the past may offer some ideas, but it is not going to be a continuation of business or government as usual. Right? And in a moment like this, I think the best and most competitive economies, societies will be the ones that remain open to new ideas, that remain open to new ways of thinking about things, new ways of doing things, and to work with other people, right? And this is where regional collaboration comes in very helpful. And on that score, I would actually suggest or encourage that maybe a good outcome from those meetings will be to agree on areas to pilot and experiment, right? Because it is difficult for societies and economies to agree to change overnight. It's too much of a leap of faith, right? But maybe confidence-building measures that allows for experimentation, piloting in certain areas so that we can actually help to open up new arenas without having to fully jump into the pool. We can dip our toes in, and if it works well, let's move that forward in a way that is scalable and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, at this forum, we also have online participants. And we do have several questions that have come in online. I'd like to read them out. So I think this is to Professor Shirahase. Well, you have a global research network, but about regional governance or the technology trust building. And so amongst the three countries, I think that in order to do so, how can you support such initiatives? And the second is to Mr. Yambo. The three countries have a risk of a division in the supply chain. So how can the three countries try to have an early alert system so that they can address these issues? Is it possible for the three countries to build such an early alert system? And next to Mr. Hong, these neighboring countries, if the environmental issues is something of common interest and also needs to be worked on together. So what is the potential for environmental cooperation? What are the fields where we can see joint effort? And also the young people, those people engaged in the environment. I think that there are engagements amongst such people, but what are your expectations going forward? And I think this is to Yuan, Northeast Asia, and the importance of Asia. What do you think of this? So how can you build cooperation with ASEAN? This is to Ms. Yuan. So time is limited, so I would like each one of you to answer 2 of these questions each. And also add some last comments if necessary. So sorry to ask you to do so, but please try to keep it within the time. Thank you. Well, first, I only have 2 minutes, so I'd like to go fast. Well, UNU, our university, we are a think tank of the United Nations, and we were established in 1975. And we are commemorating our 50th anniversary this year. During this time, we have thought about the peace of our humankind and development. So this was a mission, but as you know, times have changed, and amongst these changes, what kind of function that the UNU can play, and also the position of the UN has changed. But as a think tank, we have to look at what is happening and also make clear what is happening. So it's mainly through policy research that we are contributing. But it tends to be that we tend to focus on the convenient truth, but at the same time we have to look at the inconvenient truth and responsibly try to address those issues. And we need to build such a system so as to hand this over to the next generation. AI and environment too, because they're connected, everything does not end in a global rule. The rule itself is being used by countries or regions, and therefore local and global. And they have to be combined together. And therefore, our 3 countries, again, for our 3 countries, we talk about the UN and being a member state of the United Nations, but we have to also think about our unique people and culture and security. And I think these things will hold the key. And one more, Well, I think I've heard a lot of things from other speakers. It was quite interesting, but in the past, those combinations which are not thought to be possible, like competition and cooperation, we can combine them together. And every year, right now we are saying that we are in a new age, but I think everyone keeps on saying the same thing. So we should not be overly scared of risk, but the risks at the same time are becoming more complex. So that is being the case, we need to cooperate. Thank you. From my side, allow me to give you some feedback. Well, for the supply chain, well, the three countries, I think this important part for cooperation, for example, thinking about the trade volume, 60% is coming from the supply chain. And therefore, we need to have a stable supply chain. And trade stability will be realized as a result of that. Well, the three countries, ASEAN plus 3, or 10 plus 3 2, APEC 2, and RCEP framework. Based on these, there are different discussions taking place. Going forward, China is already working with different countries on the memorandum of supply chain, and we've already signed this, and with Europe too. So we have these dedicated supply chain chapters, agreements, and therefore, based on the past experience, China with Japan and also ROK will absorb their experience so that the three countries can enjoy a win-win-win result. We have to build such a relationship. The second point, well, I think it's related to the first question, but how can ASEAN 10 be involved? Well, I think that our three countries are Asian countries, and ASEAN is a core framework within Asia. And there are the R3 countries. There's also RCEP. And in Asia, there's the East Asian Summit. So we have different platforms that can be used. Going forward, three countries plus X, and that will include ASEAN countries or third parties so that we can produce further results. Climate change and other environmental issues have an impact on all people. And everyone has to take ownership to resolve these issues. Looking at the young people, you see that they are seriously thinking about climate change. But not all people are like that. When it comes to climate change, the global environmental issues are directly related to our lives. For example, in Japan, from last year to this year, we have seen the price of rice skyrocket. And climate, this is partially linked to climate. And ROK has seen the temperature of the sea rise, and fish farming and fishery has been impacted by this. Fish farmers are really struggling. And in China, too, they're exporting a lot of food overseas, but again, they are faced with climate change. So for all three, climate change has a direct impact on people's lives and business. So we need to share information so that we can minimize the damage. And politics needs to move in this direction. It's important that three countries immediately cooperate, and we need to gain the consent of all the people of all three countries. As was mentioned this morning, let's try to do things that are possible, and I think that we should try to work where possible. And the young people need to take part in the near future. I hope that the young people also engage in trying to address the climate change challenge. And if we can have such a side event, I think that the youth of our three countries can put together their ideas and have a good communication. And as the young lady mentioned, I think she's been studying very well. There are people who are working in climate movement, not going to university. So these young people will be leading the next generation. I hope that these young people will be productive in their initiatives, working together.
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあ、いいですか。はい。それではですね、ちょうど時間になりました。まだまだ。
Well, it's time for us to end. I'm sure that there are more questions, but I'm afraid that we have run out of time. So with this, we would like to conclude the Q&A session. Well, this session 2, we have looked into the driving inclusive growth in pursuit of more prosperous Northeast Asia amid global challenges. We had presentations from the experts, and also we addressed questions from the audience during this session. I think it was a very substantive, meaningful session. And because we covered a lot of topics, I will not dare to try to summarize what has been discussed. I don't have the capability to do such a thing, but I would like instead to thank the panelists and commentator. And so please join me in thanking them with a round of applause. And with this, we'd like to conclude session 2.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Ji-win, and all the panelists for the informative and thought-provoking session. As well as session 1, for speakers of session 2, we would like to have a short photo session as well. Please come up to the middle of the stage for the group photo. For journalists who wish to take photos, please follow our steps and move to the front. Thank you all for your time. Our steps will guide you off the stage now. With this, I'd like to announce the conclusion of the second session. Thank you. Now, honorable guests and participants, we will now begin the closing session of the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation 2025. Now, honorable guest participants, we will now begin the closing session of the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation 2025. Please give a big round of applause to welcome Secretary-General of TCS, Mr. LEE Hee-sup, back to the stage for his closing remarks.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the IFTC 2025 to a close, I would like to express my deepest appreciation for your presence and the valuable insights you have shared throughout today's discussions. Over the past 25 years, trilateral cooperation has development into a dynamic network, dialogue, and mechanisms. But in an era of unprecedented complexity and uncertainty, it is time for us to translate frameworks and friendships into real action. Today's forum made it clear. The challenges we face demand not only cooperation, but deeper sense of solidarity that we are part of a shared destiny. We must approach our future with a sense of urgency and a renewed commitment to safeguard peace and prosperity in our region. Our first session highlighted the importance of institutional strength and inclusive networks, reaching beyond governments to engage academia, think tanks, and civil society. The second session turned our focus to economic resilience, green transitions, and the impacts of demographic and technological change. Both sessions underscored the same truth. Our three countries must act together or risk falling behind. To move forward, we must be bold in vision, like gazing through a telescope to see the distant future, but also grounded in practical cooperation, like examining the fine details through a microscope. Ladies and gentlemen, let us carry the momentum of this forum into our daily work, and with the recognition that Japan, China, and Korea are bound not just by geography, but by fate. I'd like to appreciate again for your active engagement. We look forward to welcoming you next year in China. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary-General, for your remarks. Dear guests and participants, today we had more than 250 participants joining IFTC 2025 and had productive discussions on promoting exchanges and institutionalizing trilateral cooperation. We hope today's forum has provided you with some new knowledge and insight on the future of trilateral cooperation. We sincerely thank all of you for joining our forum today. Now, I'd like to announce the closing of the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation 2025. We look forward for your continuous support and hope to see you again at IFTC 2026, which will be held in China. Thank you.